Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
just need to get into the building spirit, you know. We gotta get into the building. Gotta get into the building spirit. How about just the vanilla one? Why is it so good? Why is it so good, chat? I know, sorry, it's pretty dope. Why is it so good? Oh, I hate it. I hate it. It's like a Demolition Man where they're like, oh, I love that theme to that corporate brand. Oh, I hate that I like that. But man, that part with the forging anvil, the ting, ting. That's what does, dude. Like this part right here. Ready? Right here. Ready? That part. Oh, why is it good? Stop it. You have no business being that good. Oh, so annoying. Not sure if you saw my message during the launch, but congrats on the shuttle. Saw it flying the other day. Thanks, Evilbit. Thanks, man. Yeah, I missed it. Sorry. The forging noise. Just one more time. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's a great noise. All right. Anyway, Kerbal time. Let's go. Stack build. If you didn't see the shuttle the other day, the shuttle does fly. It flies pretty well. Not bad for a first attempt for a new chassis. Well, I mean, the underpinnings of that shuttle is pretty much the same as the previous one, but yeah, that's Kermac, that song is a theme song to a hardware store in the United States, like a hardware store. You go buy wood from there. There's no business being that freaking good. It falls pretty well, yeah. Looks like Ship 2.5 testing is on the menu. Ooh. Yes. Yes. All right. Bring up the tunage. Heavy launch looked freaking sweet, man. It was awesome. I enjoyed it. Dude, I didn't really have anything to add. I'm like, dude, look at that thing. Probably gonna talk about that Ross Chastain. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? He actually did that. He actually did it, and it worked. How? How does that work? You straight up said he learned it from video games. Dude, it freaking worked, though. It freaking did it. Can you believe that? The way I'm getting into the building spirit is wearing my Caterpillar that was surprisingly cheap. I also got to learn how to weld aluminum today. Oh, TIG welding. Good times. All right, so here, check this out. There she is. This is with the old stack, but also not bad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We could make a stainless ET. Oh, Caterpillar sweatshirt. Sorry, I got that. I figured that's what you were talking about, dude. It's all good. Not bad, huh? There's 5-meter tanks, Ginny, but they're not orange. We need a belly flopping ET. Alright. Well, you dislike the main tank. The boosters are good. That's the old stack, Hayes. We're not using the stack. That's the stack from CTSNG. I dislike the boosters and the EP. Jeez. Alright. Alright. We put this on there at the end of the stream just because we thought it looked cool. But here, how about we do this? This is what we redid. The tessellator tool, man. The tessellator tool is the real MVP. And I'll tell you what, fellas. This thing flew pretty dang well. If I do say so myself, it really was not bad. Tank got the thermal protection system didn't work exactly how I thought it was going to work, but it did work. Which is kind of nuts. I want to do an SRB powered stack, Wheat, yeah. So I don't know why my windshield wipers are suddenly working when nothing was touched within the last week. Yeah, it's just a loose wire, Sneaky. You went over a bump and knocked it back into position. You missed flying it? Oh, you missed us flying it. Oh. Well, I'm just going to have to fly it again. Just gonna have to fly it one more time, huh? Dude, Seth, I can't do better than this. We gotta fly it more. But she did fly actually pretty dang well, I must say. That one's better. Yeah. Dude. I'm sorry. I'm so proud of this. The straight tessellator tool that we made is really, really impressive. I'm very, very happy with that one, dudes. Look at that. Look at how perfect those things came out. We just got to figure out some stuff with the drainage. Yeah, the AJ-10 is an old engine, man. Now, see, that's not where the fuel dump is. The fuel dump on this thing is on the real shuttle is right here. For dumping propellant. It's right there, but it's only giving me mono propellant to dump through there. Interestingly enough. Alright, well, let's put her there and see how she rolls. Yeah, that's where the dump is. It's actually right there. Yeah, drains whatever you connected it to. Resources to drain, none. How are we gonna do this? NASA prepares to say farewell to Insight. That's okay. It survived a lot longer than what they anticipated, dude, so all good. You know what? We'll just put the drain right there and we'll see what it does. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. Let's do that. Let's put it right there and we'll see how she do. Okay. All right, so we're just going to zip this thing right up into space here. I'm not sure that's going to drain correctly. You know what? Just let's do this way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Burbs, 43-month resub. All right, dudes. See if we can get her back to the runway for a second time. Hey, Rocket, what's going on? Yeah, Thomas, it's the circle of life. Hey, is Tessa here, by the way? I don't think he's here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
JDG, I can't recall during the heavy launch today. Is it normal to have the boosters separate with that big of a difference between the two release times? Seems like the rocket got pushed slightly to one direction with the side booster releasing just a bit later. It looked similar to what we've seen in the past, JDG. Yeah, it looked similar, dude. Savage. You missed a heavy launch? Dude. There was a Falcon heavy launch that would have been, Pop, it would have been about around 2 in the afternoon. 1 or 2 in the afternoon for you. Yeah, it was nuts, man. Really good. Alright, dude, so let's, why does Kerbal overdrive the sound? I'm sorry about that. I mean, it's a great noise, but... What? Alright. Alright, so we're just kind of hyper-editing the thing up here, so to speak. We're going to give it another test flight here before we go and work on the stack. I did get it back to the runway on the first try. Well, kind of. I messed up the deorbit burn a little bit, honestly, because I couldn't see where to do the deorbit burn correctly. And I definitely didn't get it right. Alright, let's open up that payload bay. Oh, dude, I forgot we did that. Man! Alright. Just get it up to get the AP up to 100 here. So check this out. Want to see something cool? Bro, does that look the part or what? Does that look the part? It look, dude. I'm super psyched. I'm super psyched. We did cheat it into orbit. I don't have a stack built for this thing, but I want to make sure that it can re-enter. And it seems to work pretty dang well. It works okay. You just got to trim the speed brake out. So let's bring it around town. Bring it around town. Let's get pumped in for a deorbit burn. So I'm going to boost us up to 100 circular. That's good enough. And now we'll dial it in. I calculated this one up to 30 right here. And it needed to be over there. Okay. 60 meters a second I know is right. I think the Kerbrian Peninsula, I can't really see it. I think it's right there, and we use the opposite edge. So I think right there is where we need it to be. So I'm going to make sure we're controlling from the right node, and we're going to reorient this sucker. And we're going to do a re-entry test here. I did re-enter it the other day, guys. She does work. I got it back near the runway. It was just near the runway, though. It wasn't at the runway. Did you want to do this test with less monoprop than last time? Yeah, that's why I put these on here. But it doesn't drain. Wait, what? That's exactly what I was going to post.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, looks like we got some KSP 1 tutorial fixes. That's pretty neat. Okay, close the payload bay. "26-second burn." We split the burn, just like normal. Let's check this out. Our maneuver is... Payload bay looks good. Thanks, man. I'm really happy with it. The crazy thing about this, Alex, is that these are physics-less parts. They're just flags to cover the payload bay walls. They're just flags. It doesn't really hurt us with performance too much. Thanks, Squall. Gracias, amigo. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Tu mira Falcon Heavy, Squall? Oh, Dios mío. Es bueno. Increíble, sí. Yeah, it was pretty good, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't think so, Sawyer. Hey, Rocket Guy, 74-month resub. ¿Cuándo es el próximo lanzamiento de Falcon Heavy? I'm not sure, to be honest. ¿Por qué? Willy, ¿por qué Squall hablar no, Squall habla español? Sí, sí, yes. That's how you say that. Squall, I don't know about you, man. I have trouble switching between Spanish and English. That really screws with my head. I don't know about you, man. It's probably easy for you. Your English is probably better than my Spanish at this point, but yeah, it does mess with my head a little bit. Hey, Meyer, 2-month resub. You speak Spanish? I reply in Spanish. It's natural for you. It ain't natural for me, man. I'm still at the point where I have to rethink it. I have to say it in my head in English, then translate it into Spanish, and then say it in Spanish. I'm like, talking to people from all over the world. Yep. Yeah, Adventum. We're going to send it again. All right, so bring up our speed brake control. Bring up the body flap control. Just like what we learned with the SSTO. We can trim this thing out and we can fly it. So that's what we're going to do. The orbit burn looked good. Perigee is over there. That's good. All right. Body massage machine go. Sometimes I actually throw in French words when trying to speak Spanish. Oh, mon Dieu. I speak Spanglish from time to time. If I don't know the word, I'll just say it in English, because I know that people that speak Spanish as English is better than my Spanish. All right, dudes. All right, so let's pay attention here. We're going to watch the thermal. Let's go forward a little bit to EI here. EI stands for Entry Interface. And what we're going to do... There we go, Bototes. Rocket Guy, let's see if we can do this right. Set us to a heading hold on, not on prograde, but just where prograde is at EI, and see if we can see if it brings the nose up at the right rate. You know what I was thinking, dudes? This orbiter might be a little bit more parts than the last orbiter, but our external tank, there is no way in heck our external tank is going, or our boosters are going to be as many parts as this orbiter. So I think overall, net, this stack is going to be less parts. My orbiter is about 100 parts more than the CTS-NG orbiter because fancy smanchy thermal protection system, right? But our stack is like 150 parts, and the new stack is, there's no way the new stack's going to be 100 parts. That's not happening. Not sure if I saw your last. Okay. Jared, you finished, okay, hold on. Jared said he finished the shockwave and no, that's not something that's why you said you wanted to see it. Where can I send you a PDF? Just shoot it to me on Discord, man. And Sawyer, I think the cross member is compatible. Rocket Guy, where was your last arena? Last night we got DCX to reliably, repeatedly hover slam in for suborbital hops. The next, our first crew demonstration. My guy. My guy! That's awesome. Saw you hanging out on Urban's channel yesterday doing a base when. Yes. That's true. G-Speed, yeah. Oh man, that thing is getting very toasty. It doesn't flex the heat very well. I thought the fairing would flex heat way better than that, but it really doesn't. You can see the TPS is starting to do its thing. It's starting to work like a giant heat sink, but it decides to sink it on the main hierarchical stack, which is a little bit interesting to me, but that's okay. Paneltron. That's right. She does look good, though. We got to clean up down here a little bit, but... yeah, all this stuff does add up. Actually, this is looking very good for a re-entry. If we cross the coast here at 1900, we should be good. Nah, Hillness, this thing's gonna get up to 45 and she's gonna brick. Watch. We're really starting to dig in a little bit. Are the panels flexing the heat? They are! Look! They're flexing the heat! Yes! The whole thermal protection system's working like a huge heat sink. Excellent. Excellent! I don't know what that noise was. Don't worry about it. Thanks, Jared. You could send it through a Discord DM, but that works too. It got filtered out. We didn't hear it anyway. It's probably for the better.
Go and throttle up.
Gotta watch the rates here. Dude. That's okay. We don't know what it was either. I told you not to worry about it. So another thing that I did was we put a trim tab in here for roll. I put a trim tab in the control surface there so we could get better, so we could just get slightly nicer roll control. I think we've made it past peak heating, dudes. Oh, it looks so good, man. It looks so nice. Let's get in for an S turn. See if she does it. Ready? Whoop! Shut down the ohms. We ain't gonna need those. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. S turn. I love this thing. I love space shuttles. They're the best. Absolute 24/7G. 24/7G, mother trucker. It's all shuttle, man. It's all shuttle. Oh, that dude. It's real stable. No wonder John Young liked this thing so much. What's the S turn for? Slowing down. S turns. Just like an airplane would slow down for a runway, Waz. But this is hypersonic S turns. We're turning going Mach 10. Because space shuttle. What other plane do you know can surf a wave of plasma? No one. Okay, the X-37. Shut up. Shut up. Dream Chaser will do it too. But also, dude, this thing is gnarly stable. That's kind of awesome, actually. All right, activate the pitch control. Give me a little bit of roll control. Shut off the RCS. Give me a little bit of yaw. All right. We're having trouble with roll at this point. We got to dial in more into the roll control. Okay, hook the speed brake. Come on, you. Sonic booms just heard at the Kerbal Space Center. We heard sonic booms today, and it was pretty sweet. Okay. Turn her around. Bleed off the rest of the speed. Always overshoot with your space planes. Get over the landing site and then just bleed off all the rest of your speed turning around. Should go pitch to roll to yaw. Think all were active by peak heating. I did not know that. Russell, did you realize that? No, I did not realize that. Okay, we've bled off the rest of our speed. Slow down that speed brake there. Where's that front tank? Oh, everything is good except for the fuel cells. Fuel cells are off. Sweet. We saw it, T-Man. Can you believe that? I mean, Rocket, if you look at the rates here, we're slight pitch up, but that's just because the SAS is locked. This thing is, Dude, I thought we'd be too nose heavy, but the, it very much seems like the body lift is really doing us favors here. Especially the body lift from the fairings and whatnot. Wait, are those flags not occluded? Uh-oh. The flags are generating lift. You can trim the body flap between -22 and +7 degrees. Got it. So we can do a little bit of this, huh? Okay, executing the flare maneuver. Our approach speed is okay, but we are still kind of slowing down. No, pilot had the stick through most of re-entry journey. Yeah. They actually flew the shuttle manually during re-entry on STS-2, just like what I just did. Okay, she's lined up. Ground altimeter is activated. You're coming. You're down. Bringing the nose up. Come on, you. Bringing the nose up. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, see what I just did? That's really bad for it. There we go. We might need a bigger roll control surface there. Oh, man. We're on the rollout again. Dude, we brought it back. This thing is easy to fly comparatively to the SSTO. That is easy to fly. The SSTO was a lot harder to get back to the runway. No parachute assisted brake, don't need it. Dude, yeah, she really is not bad. Easier than Dart? Oh, way easier than Dart, man. Are you kidding? Wheel stop. We have wheel stop on the landing simulation. Guys, she's not... How's it compared to the last shuttle? It does not glide as well as the last shuttle, Midget, but that was intended. I used what I learned from the SSTO and getting the SSTO to fly worse to get it to fly right. And if that makes any sense. And actually, yeah, this thing flies great. Pleasure to fly. It's really not bad. Well, back for work to you. Back to work for you. Ta-ta. Not saying you should change this. She's a brick, dude. Yeah, Hazen, you know what's crazy?
Go at throttle up.
You know what's crazy? This thing... I purposely made it fly worse. I induced this thing to fly worse than CTS-NG, than all of my other shuttles. This thing does not glide like the other ones. It glides good, but you got to be going fast. Once you run out of speed, she'll fall. She will fall. I mean, you saw it. I was at 10,000 meters before I did my heading alignment turn, and by the time we finished our heading alignment, we were at like 3,000. This thing drops. It drops bad. It's over. It's over, Shuttlekin. I have the high ground.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Have a launch this morning. Wish it wasn't so foggy. Dude, you know, it was foggy, bros, but... Hang on. It was foggy, but... Falcon Heavy. I should know better. But also, no, I haven't, J-Speed. Ooh. So why the body flap on the shuttle? Why not just more control surfaces with a bigger wing? Flaps aren't control surfaces, T-Man, that's why. Yeah, they got both boosters back, and Hayes, this was intentionally expending the center core. Look at the velocity and the met time at main engine cutoff on the center core. Dude, we had Miko at 4 minutes with a 14,000 kph staging velocity. That's like what, 3,500 meters a second? That's absurd. That's halfway to orbit. The center core achieved half orbital velocity at main engine cutoff, dude. They expended it. There's no way you're coming back from that. No way. Not a chance. Not even supersonic retropropulsion will save you from this. No way. Was this thing going to Mars? No, no. This thing launched some big honking satellite for the Space Force, man. Something. I mean, we know it was a rideshare mission. There were some secondary payloads, but dude, 4-minute MECO. Unbelievable. Okay, so why is this a big deal? All right, so first of all, your first stage or your center core made it halfway to orbit. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous for what this is. Falcon 9's first stage usually go to about 2-minute 30, 2-minute 40 for certain missions, depending on what it's doing. This thing almost doubled that. That's ridiculous. This is insane capability. They switched it from drone ship to double RTLS, guys, and just this part is nuts, dude. Here, let's go a little bit more forward. I mean, look at this. Look at stage 1 trajectory. That's absurd. This stage, had they somehow have been able to land it, would have been halfway to Africa. That's why they just said, never mind. Never mind. Look at where this thing is. It would have came down about halfway across the Atlantic. It's ridiculous. Does expending the booster raise the overall cost of the mission? I do believe that they paid, the Space Force paid more. Yes. But this is the part where this gets nuts. If you guys didn't see this morning, just watch this part. Supersonic retropropulsion from the ground. Look. Whoop! Oh, dude. Dude. Supersonic retropropulsion from the business end, dude. It's not every day we get to see that. And we got to see Falcon spread its wings. Look at that thing fly. Look at it fly. Look at it fly, dude. I don't have any words here. That thing's flying. No, it's falling with style. Oh my god. How? How did we get here? Did you see that? Look. Watch. Watch this camera right here. Look down here somewhere. You can see the other stage land. It's right there. Look. Boop. Bro. Just. What? What? I'm confused. How does this happen? It's unbelievable. Yeah, Forger's shot was unbelievable. Cora, I don't know who let them that close to the dang site, but this is the closest recorded view, other than from SpaceX, that I've seen of rockets landing. These guys are less than 2 miles away.
Oh, there they are, right there.
Watch this. Oh, headphone users, by the way. Headphone users. What the hell? Guys, all right. I said this during the cast. You see those things right there? If you want some size for comparison, those two things are taller than the lighthouse. It's taller than the lighthouse, dudes. Yeah, Pete, this is the future we were promised, bro. Indeed. What? They're taller than the lighthouse, man. Look at the people standing at the lights. Just landing. Remember. How? How? All right. All right. Oh yeah, Hayes, they're coming in hot. That's for sure. Ain't no thing. Indeed. Indeed. Just make it look so easy. That's what boggles my mind the most, Squall. Es muy difícil, no fácil. I remembered. Yes. English. Man, that's the future we were promised when we were kids. I remember reading about DCX and popular mechanics and stuff in X-33, seeing the X-33 on the Discovery Channel and saying like, we're gonna reuse rockets all the time. That's the future I was promised as a kid. I like this future. This is good. I want more. Quiero más rocket. Squall, ¿cómo se dice rocket? Just rocket? Cojite? ¿Qué? Cohetes? Cohetes. Huh. Mojitos. See? Fly? $200. H is almost mute. Cohetes. In Italian, you call it razzo. Forza razzo. Pronto. Andiamo razzo. Huh? It's pretty cool, man. Anyway, so got the shuttle back to the runway. Guys, honestly, this flight profile being so similar to CTS-NG, I am honestly pretty damn confident in myself to get this thing back to the runway almost every time. It flies great. The thing's a pleasure. It is a pleasure to fly. It's very nice. Very nice. It's really good, man. Yeah, I can't believe the panel body lift actually did what I thought it was going to do. That's the craziest part, dude. The body lift is enough. Guys, all right, so check this out. When you make re-entry vehicles, right? And I'll admit, I was guessing. I was guessing. And I'm not going to say that I'm some Kerbal savant or anything. I was guessing, and it worked. Look at where the center of lift is on this thing. So, take a peek here. Hello? Hello? Gizmos? Hello? Kerbal? Okay, we're just input locked. That's good. Bye-bye. There we go. We didn't know, Ref. There was some weird input lock. It's probably because I alt-tabbed. Alright, so check this out. This is kind of a good way to see if your vehicle is going to be stable during re-entry. And usually what you usually want is your center of lift to be going directly through your center of mass. That's what you want. The re-entry vehicle, you shouldn't be using the RCS to correct your entry vehicle through re-entry. Your RCS is like a control surface on an airplane. Now, don't get me wrong. Every plane trims the control surfaces a little bit. That's what a trim tab is for, right? Every plane does that. But also, you definitely want your RCS to be more like a control surface, right? You use it to steer during re-entry. At least that's what the shuttle did. It's not really relying on the control surfaces through the upper points during re-entry. It doesn't rely on those. It relies on the RCS to steer. And then when it gets low enough into the atmosphere, that's when you turn on the control surface, right? The shadow is money, dude. That looks pretty damn right. But honestly, you want some form of passive stability in the form of your center of lift going through your center of mass. This thing, so I guessed, I took a guess that, you know, placing the wings like this, coupled with all these panels up front, that all the body lift from the panels and my forward fairing was going to push this right into alignment. And judging by the rates that we have that I'm watching during re-entry, so what are rates? Rates are rate of movement. You look at body and control rates on vehicles to figure out how they perform, right? So, for instance, if I'm watching the SAS and the SAS has pitch, yaw, and roll basically zeroed right in the center on the control indicator over there, that means she's good. She's flying very stable. If you have to compensate, if the SAS has to compensate with pitch, that means your vehicle has pitching moment in the current orientation that you have, meaning that the pitching the craft up and exposing it to oncoming air is causing a pitch up, or a positive pitch or a negative pitch. So you got to watch the rates during reentry. I've watched the rates 2 times now for this thing, and I've never seen the rate indicator on pitch go. It never locked. It never even got close to locking out. When the pitch goes to full, and the SAS can't compensate anymore, you have loss of control. Because that means you're using control surfaces to stabilize, which is bad. You don't want to do that. That's a bad thing to do for a reentry vehicle, right? You don't want to use your control surfaces to fly straight, because then you can't use your control surfaces to steer, right? That's no good. With this thing, it just zips right through reentry, and the control surfaces I can use to control the thing, RCS and control. And that's what I mean. I guessed that this was an approximation. But you get this thing up to 45 degrees like this, and all the moment that's initiated on the vehicle, or all the moment that is all the moment that gets imparted on the vehicle from the lift, the body lift that's generated on these clusters of panels and fairings, push the center of pressure and the center of lift right into alignment, to the point where it's almost going exactly through it. I guessed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not some crazy Kerbal savant. I've gotten this wrong in the past. Very wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm that good. I'm not that good. I know I'm not that good. I guessed, and this worked, which is unbelievable. I was kind of taking a gamble based off of what I knew from past shuttle missions, that and the SSTO. I learned a ton from the SSTO about building panel TPS. It worked. It worked quite well. Because if we go and look at Jebstar, right? We go and look at the big SSTO, the big boy, which is down here, LV5B1 Block 1. Right? When I built this thing, this is basically an entire shuttle stack and space shuttle crammed into one vehicle that looks like a wedge of cheese. It works. Flags do generate lift, apparently, and apparently when they're in panel mode, they're not completely physics-less. Which is not ideal for us, Drummer, but it's okay. So check this out. When this thing goes through reentry, look. I got this thing close, but it's not exact. Believe it or not, the center of lift of this thing during reentry actually wants to... If I'm remembering correctly, we have a lot of moment because we have a lot of flat surfaces like this. So actually you get a lot of side slip instilled into this. It wants to do this. And it wants to fly like that. But, see, I didn't get this exactly right. I didn't get the balancing act correct. Also, this thing is just ridiculous. It's crazy how big this thing actually is. Big chungus. Big chungus. It does not fly as well as the shuttle, but that's partially because the moment from this thing is unreal. It has unreal pitching moment and unreal side slip moment, meaning that if this thing starts to steer off course during reentry, you're going to have an extremely bad day. It'll either boomerang or it'll just try to fly like this and then nose down and crash. Man. But, dude, what I learned from making... So this is an example of not getting it exactly right. But from what I learned from this thing, I just applied to the new shuttle, and man, does it work. I mean, Dart is another example of me not getting it right at all. I missed the mark completely with Dart, because I just didn't know any better. And just by sheer luck, dudes, we got this right, and it flies excellent. I don't really understand how I got it right, but it's probably because of the knowledge of past shuttle missions, if I would have to guess. Can those back panels on the base be turned white to match the rest? Yeah, sure. They look kind of weird when they're like that, but yeah. Yeah, Sneaky, I'm gonna sit here and tell you that I got lucky with this. It's not... Dude, we got lucky. We got lucky, man. Dart looks so cool, though. It just failed pretty badly. I could fix Dart. I know how to fix it, if you guys really would want to see. And this is, frankly, what we should have done. But I was too much of an idiot to realize it. You know? The pressure of mission mode, and mission mode does put a lot of pressure on you, really screwed me up. What did I even call Dart? HL30 Master Design. There it is. I could show you what we need to do. Dart was a little personal shuttle. See? It's not exact. And when you have a small craft like this, it needs to be exact. Look at how far it goes back. That's the problem, man. What we needed to do with these wings is this. Hey, get over here. That's what we needed to do. And then we should have put panels up in the front to bring it all into alignment. That's what we needed to do to Dart to get it to work right. I just needed to move those wings up a little bit. But, see what I mean? That gets you very unstable during certain points in flight. See right there? See when we go to 0 like that? That's no good. See, center of lift being out in front of center of mass, that equates out to aerodynamic instability. And this is the problem that lifting bodies have. If it goes in front like that, you're not going to have a good day. But I do think if I could remake Dart, we could remake it better. What I would have done is something... something like that. Instead of the tail, I would have done something like this. With a smaller control surface. Something like Spaceship One. Yeah. If I'd taken more time to balance out this RCS, it would have been better. And we should have moved it forward, but that's okay. Actually, yeah, Virgin Galactic style, but for a lot of re-entry vehicles, Drummer, for a lot of re-entry vehicles, I've seen, so like Venture Star, for instance, you type in Venture Star into Google, it shows you the X-33, and it shows you with those little tiny tails on the top. But at the time of program cancellation, they actually axed that idea. We checked the NTRS PDFs. They didn't want it. Those weren't going to do anything. The reason why is when your vehicle's re-entering like this, you have that tiny little tail coming off the back that's basically occluded because all the airflow is out here. One of the final changes they made to Venture Star was to do that. They ended up going with an external payload bay and putting the tails out on the end of the wings for better side slip control, which is probably what we should have ended up doing. Actually, Core Space, you and I think Demo suggested doing that. Which is why my VentureStar designs ended up having an external payload on the top, riding on the top instead. Did you ever build a Dream Chaser? No. No. I built something like it a long time ago. It kind of works. Heard about the upcoming KSP update tomorrow. Yup. Jawohl. Could have been, man. Yeah, KSP is updating and fixing a ton of their tutorials tomorrow. But anyway. This thing flies pretty well. I'm pretty dang confident in the design. So KSP 1 update. Yeah, they're just fixing a bunch of the tutorials. So, all right. What did we learn from that flight, guys? We learned that the roll control is not nearly good enough. My roll trim tab control surface does not create enough.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're gonna build it today, King. I landed it with one roll control surface? We landed it with one roll control surface on one side. No wonder we needed so much limiter on it. Holy crap, it did that? Wait a minute. What the heck did we just make? What did we just make? We landed with one roll control surface on one side. That shouldn't work. No wonder it was so sluggish on the roll axis. I was like, why is it so sluggish? That should be fine. Yeah, because it's on one side, you dope. See, this is what I mean, man. I got lucky with this thing. I'm not going to sit here and say like I'm some master KSP builder. Dude, I got lucky with that. That thing just by coincidence, it works. Now we got to understand what the frick we made, but... Yeah, it's not in symmetry. I ain't even mad. Now it's in symmetry? Jeez. Alright. That's it's a roll control trim tab, dude, because the way Kerbal implements its control systems. In real life, this control surface could pitch and roll at the same time. So you could pitch both of them down and then roll. Kerbal doesn't do that. It's one or the other. It's pitch or roll affected on the control surface. You can't bind two. It doesn't really... The input... I mean, it does it, but the input isn't good enough for good real-time control, I found. So, we'll just put this at 5, and we'll see how she goes. Man, I frankly didn't even notice. I'm just like, oh, we got to dial in more roll. All right, that's fine. I thought that would be enough. Well, yeah, it was enough if you had it in 2x symmetry, you moron. Jeez. We'll figure that one out, Core. Don't worry about it. Alright, so it looks like... Okay, so what's the difference between these? Did I attach these to... It is attached to that, but it's not attached to the payload bay. Alright, so I'm kind of worried that changing this might screw with it, because those flags were generating a lot of lift. So we figured out something. These physics-less flags... The flags are not physics-less if you make them a panel. They're not physics-less. They will work like a physics part. I know because these flag panels that I put right here were most definitely generating lift. They were absolutely generating lift when we flew. So I'm gonna set these to flag. And hopefully that works as intended. Oh, we can't set those because child part. To be fair, the cyan indicators were tiny. Yeah. They were. I gotta, you know what? We'll do another re-entry later and I'll watch it a little bit more. I don't think even if I change it, it's going to make that difference should be negligible, but it might not be. We do need to find that out. Part of aerospace engineering, and this is, well, I mean, this logic could be applied to any engineering, is figuring out what the hell you made. What did you just make? What does it do? What's its capabilities? What's its limitations? You got to figure all that stuff out. That's really important. Did you stream Falcon Heavy? Of course I did. Maybe that's why the EVA exit was blocked. I have a feeling that has something to do with it, Vasya. Yeah, I think you're right. Now, the real question is, are the back ones doing it too? Actually, you know what? Let's just put this thing out right now. I'll be able to get that answer for you right now. What was that just happened? That wasn't supposed to happen. Hopefully that question and answer happens during testing, Weed. If you have that during rollout, during operations, that means your testing wasn't good enough. You didn't frick around enough. And you didn't find out enough either. Alright, so the shuttle's out here. So you can see if a part is occluded by error or not by pressing this. And see if the nodes pop up. If the nodes don't pop up, like the nodes aren't popping up on this, but also they are. See how A.CD, area coefficient of drag, is changing? See how it's dynamic? That means it's not occluded. All these numbers need to be 0 for it to be occluded correctly. Now, if we go up here to the crew cabin that's inside of the fairing, if you look at this, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's inside of the fairing. We know that. And we go to the landing gear here, for instance. That's inside of the forward gear, and we know that's occluded as well. They're inside of the fairings. The panels, look at how much body lift those things can generate. Crazy, right? Now, if we go over here, we could see that same thing happening with these. But if we close up, let's close up the payload bay over here. And let's see what happens. So something like this, which we know will be occluded, that should go to, ding, 0. It stayed. Let's just give this thing a little bit of a push down the runway. You even lift, bruh? Yeah, see how the ACD is changing? That means that's not occluded, but if we go over here, it ain't changing. So let's go up here. Are those changing? Alright, now let's open up the payload bay. Oh. Alright, let's roll this thing. So they're generating drag. That one doesn't seem to be, though. Unless the node is being covered up by that docking port. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Close this up and watch what this thing does. Let's see if the drag number goes to 0. No, they're being occluded. Yeah, it went to 0. It's being occluded. So the drag that it's generating is applied to the payload bay. Yeah, no, it's working. It's interesting that it showed the nodes, though. Yeah, see, flat flag. It's physics-less. So if we change those to flags, they'll become physics-less parts. The problem is, I don't think this will look as good if these are flat flags. So we were rolling with non-physics-less parts here. If you take the flags and make them a panel, they will turn to a physical part, which is actually pretty interesting. That's pretty cool. Which means you can use flags as panels too if you really wanted to. Well, that's not necessarily something that I want to apply to this, but yeah, you could use flags as panels, which is probably what I'm actually about to do to back here. Yeah. Because flat flags are gigantic, man. They're bigger than the biggest panel. So, listen, if I take this, right, set it to huge, and then we set it to a panel, that becomes a physical part. It'll work like a panel. So, if we took it, and I don't know, maybe we had a shuttle tile texture. Maybe I'll just use gray. We took it and we did something like this. Those things will work like two gigantic honking panels right there. You picking up what I'm laying down? Dude, that actually is very good to know. Now, don't get me wrong, I still need the wings up there, but if we took regular flags and made a tile texture and put it there, it'd be physicsless and it would work. What's the heat tolerance on the flags? Not very high, dude, but if we string them in a hierarchy wheat, they'll flux heat just like the panels. Guys, I think we just did the Kerbal equivalent of inventing tough rock. Well, not tough rock, but close. Your mind scares me sometimes. What can I say, Sneaky? This is my mad science. Dude. Yeah. It'll work. That will work. Okay. Alright. Before we get into building the stack, dudes. Or tough enough. You're dang right. Bow, bow, bow. Well, the shuttle's triangle power level, PY, is over 9,000. Ogromny triangle. Tovarish. Ogromny. Bolshoi. She's a beast, dude. No, actually, this will reduce in part count. All right, hold on. Here's what we're going to do. We know that Proto 6 flies. Do we know the down mass? It's untested thus far. We know that Proto 6 flies right. So I'll leave that. So let's just make Proto 7. And let's test something. Part count sitting at 491. That's where we landed? Seriously? We landed at 491? Yikes. Okay. Can we compare mass to NG? 51.2 is our dry... Well, that's wet mass. Do you want dry mass? We can do dry mass. That's fine. Dude, we might be on the verge of a breakthrough here. And this will make the shuttle better. Like, way better. I'm talking lower in the part count. See all this crap back here? Might not need all of it. I still need those control surfaces right there so we can undo the decoupling points, right? So we can show the decouple points, but... 4591 is the mass of this orbiter with no fuel in it. Alright, save that. You guys wanted to see it compared to the other orbiters, so NG full stack right here. Thanks, Jonas. I appreciate it, man. I really burned the candle at both ends last week, and I'm gonna do it again this week. We gotta go. I want this stack up and running. I want this new mission mode save up and running. And because it's kind of so centered around the shuttle, I really want to get the shuttle stack finished. We could build everything else as we go from there. So the shuttle will not be a brick question? I mean, don't get me wrong, dude. This orbiter is good too, but... And they share a lot of common parts. This is just an upgraded NG orbiter. Oh, this has payload in it. Hold on. Let me take the payloads out. $46 with the arm. They're about the same. They're about the same? This is dry. We 46 on the dot almost. Yeah. They're about the same. Hey, Chappie. How are you? Wait. Yeah, wait. That's why it flies so well. It's very similar. They're very similar orbiters. Yeah, 45.9. And that one had the arm in it, dude. So this one with my arm, unless I can make the arm a lot lighter, is going to be a little bit... It's going to be a little bit more. But, see, this one has nothing in it. It's completely... It's not outfitted at all. But we should switch these over to physicsless. We should switch these to physicsless parts. On both ends for better performance. It's not going to make that big of a difference, this being a panel or a flag. I just need to go in and replace them. I thought that making the flags into panels still kept them physicsless. And that's the breakthrough that we have right now. You know what? This sounds vague enough to sound like it was something that somebody told me at some point. But maybe a dev or something. But yeah, we didn't prove it until now. If you take the flags and you make them a panel... They become actual parts. They're not physicsless anymore. I'm not bad about to play KSP for the first time in about 20 minutes, so I thought I'd check out streams. Excellent. I'm working on pretty advanced stuff in here, Chappie, so I'm building a space shuttle, which is arguably one of the most difficult things to do in Kerbal, to make a shuttle that acts like the real one. Don't get me wrong, you can make whatever you want, and if it gets into space in Kerbal, who cares? If it works for what you need it to do, it don't matter. My stakeholder expectations for this thing, so like what I want it to do, is work like the real shuttle. So this is really way more advanced Kerbal design than what you'd see from kind of run-of-the-mill Kerbal gameplay. But yeah, I hope you like my shuttle. We're doing some testing out here with different parts. So, Chappie, you don't necessarily need to know this, bud, but there are flags in KSP, right? So you could put decals on your vehicle, right? Now, the developers, when they made the flags, made it so you can make them a flag. There's a flag with my logo on it, right? You can make it a flag, but they have options down here, and if you right-click in what's called a part action window. The part action window lets you change the size of the flag, etc., etc. You can change what's on the flag, so if I want to put basically a Russian S on there, that's an SH in Russian, shh, like that. You could do that. I could put just E on there, right? But there's a setting that you can set. So if I take this E flag and set it to panel mode, see down here, white panel, dark panel, orange panel, like that. We set it into panel mode. See how the flag gets a little bit thicker? Now, Chappie, I'm not trying to overwhelm you or anything. Long story short, this becomes a part that you can use to generate lift. So you can make flags, you can make wings out of flags if you really want to. You can make wings. Only when it's in panel mode, though. When it's in regular mode like that, it's what's called a physics-less part. Now, what is a physics-less part? Physics-less parts are something that's put in the game for optimization purposes. There's a couple of physics-less parts in the game. Cubic octags, certain girder segments and whatnot. All these scientific equipment pieces are all physics-less parts. The reason why is when you're flying something around in Kerbal, the name of the game is optimization, right? You don't want the game to chug down. The more parts you have, the more it's going to chug, right? The more the game will go slow. It's taxing your processor because it's physically simulating a part. Physics simulation in video games is very, very, very processor and RAM intensive. So the more parts you have with a vessel in KSP, right, the slower your computer's going to go. Now, with that being said, physics-less parts aren't simulated. What they do is they take their values, this mass value, the heat value and whatever, and they apply it to the part that they're attached to for optimization. Right? So like if you have a car, right? The physics-less parts on a car would be like the rear view mirror, right? That's if you crash, the thing's gonna go with the rest of the car, but the mirror itself is, I mean, don't get me wrong, in real life everything is physically simulated, right? Because it's real life, right? But that would be a physics-less part. These flags count as physics-less parts, but if you flip them to panel, then you can use them to generate lift, which is actually super useful. And so how does that pertain to the advanced design that I'm working on? Well, in Kerbal, the arrow is not exact to real life. It's not exact. It's close. It's good enough to get the point across, but it's not exact. I could use the flags in certain spots to get a wing shape to generate lift in the right spot. And this is where this kind of gets a little bit crazy. There's this thing called blade element theory. Blade element theory is what games and simulation software uses to simulate aerodynamics. This is how video games simulate aero. Now, Kerbal doesn't do that. Kerbal is not complicated enough to do this, but like a flight simulator would do this. And what they do is they calculate each one of these numbers and each one of these variables based off of vertices. So like the new flight simulator will take a 3D mesh. You know, a 3D mesh is just a wireframe where all the polygons connect. You have a vertex, right? And where that vertex is, they calculate all this information off of that in real time, which is pretty dang impressive. Kerbal doesn't do that with a wing part. A wing part just has one node where it can generate lift, drag, and that's it. Lift, drag, body lift. That's about it. But if I put flags in certain spots and make them and put them in the right areas, I can fill in the blanks here and get Kerbal to simulate blade element. Kind of. It's not exact, guys. It's an approximation. And that's what I did with this space shuttle's wings. If you notice, these wings are made out of crazy panels and stuff, right? They're made out of structural panels. They're structure. Those are structure. They're not used for wings. But I combined structural panels with wings with certain other components in here, like I-beams and whatnot, to get the wing to simulate how to basically simulate the arrow how the actual shuttle's wing does it too. i.e., the shuttle's wing creates a lot of drag over the top of the wing right here, which is why I stacked all these panels in this position, which is why I opted to make panels for this, because that area of the shuttle's wing right here where the most cluster of panels is where the shuttle's wing makes the most amount of drag in real life. Part of this wing is almost flat where the RCC is, and that's for thermal protection purposes, because the heat shield, you need a heat shield on the wings because they get exposed to oncoming re-entry heating, right? So that part of the wing generates a lot of drag on purpose. So I did the same thing. And it turns out that you can get stuff to fly if you take a bunch of these parts and you kind of piece them together in the shape of the actual thing you're trying to make. It'll fly similar to it, which is actually pretty cool. Kerbal is nuts. It's nuts. And that's what I mean, Chappie. I'm working on really advanced stuff, dude. Like, this is me 15,000 hours into KSP, been streaming it for 10 years. I can write a doctoral thesis on Kerbal aerodynamic simulation. If a college would accept it, I could do it, man. Like, I've done a lot of work with this, but yeah, this is more advanced stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, I'll explain it, and if you understood some of that, well, cool. If not, dude, I get it. It's weird. But yeah, you're not gonna see like kind of run-of-the-mill gameplay from this stream, dude. But if you do have questions on how to play, etc., etc., I know the easy stuff too. Not the easy stuff, the beginner stuff. I know that as well. You did understand some of it, yes. Long story short, I'm trying to get a higher fidelity simulation out of Kerbal stock aerodynamics by using different parts. And what we just found out is that the flags, if you make them a panel, they can generate lift as well. They can work like the panels here. They can generate lift or drag, and you can place them in parts of the wing where the wing actually generates drag in real life, and you can get a higher fidelity simulation, which is actually pretty cool. That's what we're working on here. So what I'm trying to do is I want the bottom of this shuttle to generate a lot of drag right around here. That's where the real shuttle generates a lot of drag over here as well. Actually, it generates the most back here, but I also have flags back there for a reason. I mean, Aqualux, anything's possible if you know how to code, right? Like, am I wrong? So the reason why I brought up Prototype 7 here is because the rest of the shuttle looks great. Like, if you look at it from this angle, it looks really nice. It looks like the real shuttle. But down here, it doesn't really look like the shuttle. It looks like I super glued a bunch of Kerbal pieces together. So what we're going to do, we're going to change that. So let's take this, and we want a large E. Now, I uploaded some custom flag colors, some color swatches. A viewer and I came together and made this. So if we set it to gray so it matches the color of the panels, we can go in here. We should be able to just kind of do a little bit of this in here and make some really nice control surfaces here. Get a tile texture. And we can use flag panels on the back where I want it to generate drag, and we can use physics-less flags up front where I want it to generate lift and get a way higher fidelity simulation, which is actually really, really cool. See, guys, we could do stuff like this right here. Now, generally, you don't want to create drag on the underside of a wing. You should generate lift on the underside. So technically, these should go back to being just a regular flag here. These parts of the shuttle's wings generate the most amount of lift right there. But Chappie, and this kind of goes for everybody else too. This is all stock KSP parts with the 2 DLCs and some custom textures on the flags. You could do this. Anyone can do it. I make sure that I don't use many not flag packs. I don't use many parts packs, so people can follow along with what I'm doing and actually do it in their Kerbal saves without downloading any mods. I'm very adamant about that. I don't know what their simulation is, Squall, to be honest. No say. Yeah, dude, I have no idea. See, here's the problem with doing this here. This is a compound shape, so covering that up with flags could be difficult. Big vent on ship 25. Interesting. You know what, dudes? This is a little bit of a tangent here. Let's just remember this for later, okay? So before we go screwing around with that, we know this configuration for the shuttle flies good. So I'm just gonna keep it the way we have it, because I know it flies right. So let's just keep it the way we want. Let's build the stack. What I want to do is get into building an external tank for this thing. Seems to be flying well. You have any ideas for the stack yet? Kind of, Wheat. Yeah. So we'll leave the Proto 7 file here. Actually, you know what? Let's build the stack. Let's build the stack with Prototype 7. Why not? So the first thing that I'm going to do, believe it or not, is go grab my old external tank. And I know you guys hate it. I've received a lot of friendly messages letting people letting me know that they hate my old shuttle stack, which is fine. It's okay. Kind of hurts a little bit. I did do an insane amount of engineering to get this thing to work correctly, but now that I know what I need to do, it's not going to be as bad. Okay, so why do they hate it? Yeah, I don't know, because they don't like the way it looks. So my old shuttle stack, I kind of cheated a little bit, but I'm not afraid to say it either. I cheated a little bit in the fact that my shuttle solid rocket boosters aren't solid rocket boosters at all. They're 4 liquid fuel rocket engines clipped into each other. But I've programmed the hardware, so to speak, on these things to act like tail off on solids. So I have 4 engines down here, right? And if you notice, I have a bunch of fuel tanks in here. See them? See all the fuel tanks? Some of the fuel tanks are connected to some engines. Some of the fuel tanks are connected to other engines. See how different engine highlights down there? What happens with these boosters is that they are programmed via what fuel tanks they're connected into to shut down at certain times. The SRBs on the shuttle do this. It's called thrust tail off, and it happens as the SRB burns more propellant. But tail off and SRB thrust is correlated to combustion chamber surface area inside of the solid rocket booster. So, okay, that was a lot of weird words. What does that mean? Literally how you pack the solid rocket fuel inside, or what's called grain. It's called grain in the industry. How you pack that into a solid rocket booster details its thrust profile. You can analog program an SRB to throttle based on physically how you put the solid rocket fuel inside of the booster. You can't do that so much with liquid fuel boosters, so I programmed it by saying certain rockets are attached to certain tanks, and these engines actually shut off over time. They run out of fuel. Now, the other reason why my external tank on this design looks so funky is because two of these tanks on the outside, those 2 tanks right there and those 2 tanks right there, are feeding 2 of the engines down here to get the SRBs to, last a lot longer. The reason why is because, well, physics. Solid rocket fuel is a lot denser than liquid rocket fuel. Solids are more dense than liquids, but not as dense as me. Cell phone. So, long story short, I couldn't fit all the liquid fuel I needed into a shape like the booster that the shuttle has. I couldn't fit it all into that shape, so I put some of it into the external tank. The reason why is because of propellant densities in real life. Solid rocket fuel is a lot more dense than liquid rocket fuel. Especially the liquid rocket fuel that the shuttle carries. The shuttle is using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Liquid hydrogen cannot be stored at a very high density. That's why a lot, like 2/3 of the external tank on the real shuttle is liquid hydrogen tank, because you can't store it at high density. Liquid oxygen you could store. You can store a lot of it in a small space. You can store it at a much higher density and a much higher pressure than hydrogen, which is why most, like I said, most of the shuttle's external tank, it's like 2/3 hydrogen tank and 1/3 oxygen tank. How I made up for that is by using some of that hydrogen tank surface area to make liquid fuel for my boosters. But chat wants to see if I can program. I made these before these boosters were in the game. These big boys, these Clydesdale boosters. I made these liquid boosters before they put these into the game. These Clydesdale boosters are, well, space shuttle boosters. Now, these Clydesdale boosters don't generate the amount of thrust that my liquid fuel boosters do to be able to move this shuttle stack. So today what we're going to do is we're going to try to rough out an external tank design here that's going to get me more or less what I want, right? But because I'm switching from a liquid fuel design and I want to try and use solids, I want to try to make this like the real shuttle. And we can by using animating controllers that are in Kerbal to be able to program the thrust curve. You can do it in KSP now. You couldn't do that when I engineered this stack, or at least I hadn't figured out how to do it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to design in a new external tank, one that doesn't have extra liquid fuel on board to feed the boosters. We're going to go from there. We're going to see if we can make this stack work. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult thing, but over the next 3 days, I should have this stack engineered and we should be able to get it done right. Or I will prove that we really can't do solid rocket fuel. But I'm not one to shy away from a challenge. But yeah, the big problem that I'm facing here is that these Clydesdale boosters just don't do what my liquid fuel boosters do. They don't perform like them. These things make 5,300 kilonewtons of thrust. The Clydesdale boosters, while being the most powerful SRB in the game, they only make 2,900. So I'm about 2,000 kilonewtons short, give or take, on my booster thrust. So we're gonna have to go do some re-engineering here. So let's pick apart this stack and we'll go. Let's take the boosters off. Slap a Parallax in there. That's what I'm thinking, Core. We could clip boosters in to get the Clydesdales to work correctly. So the Clydesdales with a slight overclock on them to get the thrust to ramp off at certain times, with a clipped fuel tank or a clipped Parallax in there or a clipped Thoroughbred in there or whatever, should be able to get us what we're looking for. Should be. We'll find out. But yeah, let's see what we can do. So I want to take parts off of this thing. The parts that I want to take off are my shuttle aft attachment points, which should for the most part be lined up with the old ones. Yeah, they are. We'll have to redo that a little bit, but this is designed to hold the shuttle in place. I'm using, this is more, once again, this is a little bit more advanced stuff. I'm using an RCS ball, a physics-less part, surrounded by cubic octags, which are also physics-less parts, and same vessel collision. Basically, you can set flags in Kerbal to get these parts to collide with each other. I'm basically using that to hold the back end of the shuttle in place. Now, don't get me wrong, I can do docking ports like what we did. We can do docking ports back here as well. We're just going to have to fiddle around with it and see what we can come up with. Which is one of the other reasons why I wanted to do Proto 7 here, and I didn't want to go and finish back here, because we have to figure out attachment points and a bunch of other things. So TWR is going to get us. That's right, Rockets. Yeah. But hopefully my external tank being a little bit lighter, maybe I won't need 5,300 kilonewtons of thrust coming out of each booster. Maybe I won't, because I'm going to make my ET a lot lighter. We're not going to be carrying nearly as much liquid fuel as we are. But I think the first thing that we need to figure out here with our new ET design, so I'm going to start picking parts off of this thing. There's our forward SRB attachment points. The I-beams are there to give them a track to slip out of. And they're on a docking port because I designed this shuttle stack to be reintegratable. I could rebuild it. But let's, so which one is hydrogen? Which one is oxygen on the ET? On the real one, the whole external tank feeds the shuttle main engines. On the real shuttle. On mine, these outer tanks, the tanks that are on the side, were feeding my liquid fuel boosters. So we don't really need those anymore, per se. We don't really need it. We're going to need to figure out some stuff. Now, this is a scaled external tank diameter on this back 5-meter fairing right here. See this guy? That right there. That right there is a scale stack to the shuttle. This is how big the external tank should be. I remember we scaled this tank correctly. A 5-meter tank isn't the exact. If you're going to scale to the Mark III, it's not the exact width. I'll show you. If you have 5-meter tanks on your shuttle and they don't exactly look right, it's because they're too small if you want to scale it. A long time ago, the Kerbal developers, the guy that actually made the Mark III cockpit, a guy by the name of Porkjet, if you're an old school Kerbal viewer, you know who he is. He left the development team some time ago, but he told me the scale of this relative to a Kerbal. And I know Kerbal's relative scale to real life. Parts in Kerbal are about 61 to 62%, depending on the part, to their real life counterparts. So these shuttle engines in this game are about 2/3 of the scale. Give or take. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean that if you make something and you give it 2/3 the delta V of real life that you're going to get into orbit. 2/3 the delta V of something in real life will get you well into low Kerbal orbit. It'll get you way far into Kerbal orbit. Like, yeah. So, knowing that, I used this fairing and some rulers and some measuring to make this the exact. That is the exact diameter of what an external tank needs to be in KSP. It's exact. We can use that as a starting point here. The next thing that we need to figure out. You know what? I won't call this Proto 7. We'll call this CTS-5 Stack Prototype 1. Okay. Let's erase our to-do list because that's the to-do list from the orbiter. Okay. Liquid fuel / ox required. So what we don't want to change here is the amount of fuel that this external tank has for my shuttle engines. We can keep that number the same, right? That can stay exactly the same because no matter what, these things are going to be firing all the way up into orbit, right? They're going to be firing all the way up. So it doesn't matter what type of booster. It doesn't matter what type of booster we need. These are always going to need a certain amount of fuel to have a certain amount of delta V to get us all the way into space. So let's figure out what our fuel load is. Now, these fuel tanks right here, once again, we're feeding the liquid boosters. So we can just get that fuel out of there, right? So what I have feeding the shuttle main engines is this one, this one, this one, this one, and then those two tanks up there. So let's figure out how much liquid fuel that actually is. Hey, Chief. So we have 2,800, 3,520 times 4 because we have 4 of those tanks. So 2,800 or 2,880, right? Times 4, 11,000. Now, keep in mind, oxidizer and liquid fuel are correlative to each other. So I did say we need the liquid fuel oxidizer requirement. All we need is the liquid fuel number. And because every tank has a correlative amount of oxidizer, we should be okay. All right, so now we're plussing in 5,760 plus 5,670, 17,280, and then we plus that other tank in here, 1,760. Plus 1,760. So we need 19,000. So we need 19,400 or 19,040, I think. All right, cool. What's the KSP scale for delta V required to orbit? It's actually a little over half. Aqualux. Yeah, it's a little over half. It's not 60%, but it's kind of close. 4,000 is the running number for the amount of delta V you need in KSP. And you need... It's actually like 3,500 to 4,000, depending on how aerodynamic your vehicle is. But if we use the upper echelon there, 4,000, well, in real life, it's 7,600. So... 7,600 is a parking orbit in real life. So if you've ever played Real Solar System, Realism Overhaul, that's your magic number. So if we divide that by 4,000, what does that get us? How about 4,000 divided by 7,600? What will that get us? Yeah, a little bit over 50%, the delta V required. Interesting, right? Yeah, it's not exact, but it's close. Now, once again, I'm talking physical scale of these things. I'm not talking delta V. That's what I was trying to say before. You need about 50% of the delta V that you need in real life, right? 50% of the delta V that you need in real life, but the parts are scaled roughly 2/3. They're 61, 62%, give or take. Real life needs 9,100. Oh yeah, that's right. 7,600 is orbital velocity, so it's actually less than Kerbal. So you'd want 9,100. That's, I forgot to zero. So yeah, 7,600 is orbital velocity. So you're at even less. I believe there are mods that bring these into line. I think JNSQ brings that into line, so delta V is scaled proportionately to size. I think that's what JNSQ is. It's like 2/3 scale or something of real life, which is right. That's correct. We don't need the blade element theory no more. No mo. All right, cool. 2,400 meters a second versus 7,500 meters final orbital. Just because you're good at RSS doesn't make you good at real life. There, I said it. Boom. Now what? And you could say, oh, EJ, you play stock KSP. I never said I was good at doing real-life engineering. Boom. Roasted. Roasted. You fell for my trap card. This is a huge joke, and so am I sometimes, so just play along. Please. Trying to have fun here. By insulting you. Wait, what? Anyway. So, let's, figure this out. We need 19,000, all right? What parts have 19,000? Yeah, Vasia, we did see it. Kind of interesting, huh? Fun? Fun? What is this fun you speak of? So, cool thing about this external tank, guys, is that I made it to be reconfigurable when we designed it. So, watch this. Whoop. 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 Of course it's that shape. Why wouldn't it be? So, I made it to be so you could change it if you really needed to and keep the diameters. You could change your tanking configuration just in case I wanted to do this. I did future-proof it. But what we're going to need to do is take that fairing right there, which is actually going backwards. Oh no, there's another fairing inside of it. So we're going to take this. We're going to delete that fairing right there. Nice. What the heck was I doing back here? Oh, that's a hierarchy strut piece. I see what I was doing. Cool. Excellent. So this is the new stealth tank that NASA's rolling out. All right, cool. So I made it so you could change it. You could change the whole design around if you really wanted to. That was entirely on purpose. So we're not going to need our side hold down points either, but the forward hold down points and the forward attachment points we are going to need. I don't know why I put those panels there. I'm sure there's a good reason. And then we can get rid of that piece too. Okay, so we're looking for 19,000, huh? So let's take 19,400, right? 19,040. Divide that by 2. We're looking for a tank that has 9520. $47.60. That's $57.60. $95.20. Yeah, maybe that's why I couldn't find it last year. I mean, if he was willing to take the lick, grab respect, you know, like, I have rules, you know. Alright. Is all of that attached on an... Oh, it's all attached on an engine plate. Why did I do that? Why would I do that? Yeah, I know, Jace Feed. I'm just not sure why I would do... Oh, I did the engine plate so we could get the attachment points. And then, I remember now. Yeah. You know that little cone piece that I had with the struts? That is there to bridge the auto strut lock bypass on it. I remember now. There was a reason. There was a method to my madness with this. That's... Okay, I got that. That's fine. Cool. That's why we did it. I remember now. Ah, I remember you now, the so-called art dealer. And since it was inside of a bridged fairing right there, yeah, that actually makes sense. All right, so let's think about this. How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking what would be the right way to do it. I'm not sure that forward nose cone is the exact external tank shape, so we'll start by looking at some pictures of the ET, I think. I have a good picture of the nose cone for the external tank there. Yeah, there it is. That's without the GOX vent on the front. It comes to a point on the actual flight tanks, but this is missing some pieces. Oh, my homies hate the engine plates. Thomas, I saved these pictures. I saved these pictures to never forget what was taken from us. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to use a 375 fairing here, guys. I actually think a 5-meter fairing would be more preferable. I'm thinking. Give me a moment. You had issues with the 5-meter snapping on the fairing create. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's right. It would bow out. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. But how come it didn't do it over here? All right. I want to keep this. I want to keep these pieces back here. Well, we need to make sure that they're in the right spot. So, actually, we can figure out the exact correlation of this part right here, where it needs to be, by lining that all up. So we know that that's going to work. So I can separate this part, and we could put it not in symmetry. And we can put it down here. There's another 375 fairing in there. Oh. Okay, I see. We really partied with this tank, huh? Sorry if it's already mentioned, but can the big orange tank be more seamless with a fairing and not badly clipped individual tanks? Yes. Wait, Crush, I have vanilla KSP with some mods, yeah. It's just some visual mods, dude. No part mods, no gameplay mods. Still stock KSP. All the parts in the game stock KSP, stock arrow. Just looks a little bit nicer. You seem tired. Yeah, I'm tired. I had a crazy weekend. I don't really take weekends off. I'm working, but it's just working on other things. That and I got up really early for Falcon this morning. Hope you had a good weekend. It was alright. Like over the weekend, my mower storage had an open door. It was basically a shed with an open door. So that's like on the other side of this wall. And the other day, guys, I heard a critter moving around in there. I heard animals in there, Ventura. I heard them scratching around. No, I was streaming in the middle of the night, and I heard something scratching against the wall the other day when we were racing. And I was like, I gotta block it off, dude. Critters are getting in there. And then what I did was I went and bought some lumber. I bought some 2x4s and some plywood and made opening doors that open up like this. And I framed it off the back of the garage, right? And we made doors that open up, right? And while we were doing that, I saw a field mouse scurrying around. And so I put a bunch of dryer lint sheets in there, or dryer sheets, because field mice for whatever reason hate them. So yeah, I wanted to build doors to keep the critters out of my mower storage. Like this. So yeah, I worked all day. I didn't even watch football, man. So yeah, this week was nuts. Or the weekend was nuts. That's what I usually do. Owning a house, you have to take care of it. I got to keep it up to snuff. I can't have mice in there for the winter. That's terrible. It's really bad because they dig at insulation and stuff. All this insulation that I just put in, I don't want them digging at it. I still can't believe Ross Chastain did what he did. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool that it worked. Yeah, you don't have a landlord to call. You got to do it all yourself, man. Any update on the backyard rocket tracking cam project, by the way? There has been no updates on that project since we figured it out. I got to get the rest of the house situated for the winter, Sile. I honestly, really, guys, and you can call me an idiot for this, but I didn't really realize how much you have to get a house ready for winter. That's absolutely a thing. Got to get snowblowers ready to go. Got to put the lawnmower away. Got to make sure, you're not going to mow the lawn in the middle of December around here, right? All my grass is dead anyway because it's been cold. Like, I got to get all that ready to go. I got to get the snowblower ready to go. I got to make sure the snowblower works. I got to make sure it's fueled. I got to get all the fuel and out of the lawnmower. I got to stabilize the lawnmower. I had to build the door for it. And yeah, no, it gets to be complicated, man. There's a lot of stuff to take care of, especially since I got a pretty decent sized plot of land. There's a lot of stuff to take care of. Yeah, you got to cover up the faucets. I got to purge out all the hoses, make sure there's no water in there so they don't freeze and they don't crack. Yeah, it's a lot of work, dude. It is what it is. That's why I live in Florida. Yeah, and I want to take care of it, dude. I don't want to be that guy on the block that doesn't take care of the lawn, you know? Living in Finland, that sounds very familiar. I mean, Nora, it gets cold here, but not Finland cold. It doesn't get as cold as up there, but it does. I'm near the ocean, so it's not too bad. The warm air from Florida gets blown up here, so we don't get that bad of winters, but sometimes we do. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff. 4 feet, drummer. So you gotta prepare for it. Yeah, I didn't really realize how much you gotta prep the house. But you really do. You gotta prep everything. It's a lot of work. But owning a house is worth it. I ain't complaining by any means. This is sweet. I literally have my own garage. I can do whatever I want. It's pretty awesome. Alright. Back to external tank stuff. So yeah, I mean, Jackal, I don't get much sleep over the weekends. This week I didn't even get to watch football. I had to I listened to it while I was building the door. Speaking of, when is the next truck stream? I don't know, but we're getting to it. The problem is that I really can't afford parts for it. I can't afford parts for the 59 right now. What I want to do is start taking apart the suspension so we can get it roadworthy, because the suspension is... the bushings in the suspension are... and there's some stuff on the in the undercarriage that we need to fix. Like, all the bushings are shot on the leaf springs. We got to fix all those. So I was looking at bushings last night. It's going to be about, I don't know, 70, 80 bucks for all the bushings that I need. But that's not a big deal. Just give me some time to get it back, you know? But yeah, we don't have any of the NDI stuff figured out yet. But anyway, guys, let's get back into the ET stuff. So I know where the back of the external tank is going to be, because those all I got to do is get those parts to line up with the shuttle's aft end. Let's put a marker in here for the nose of the tank. No, that's not going to work. All right, so I'm just going to put a unicorn shuttle. There. That's where the nose of the tank needs to be. Let's just put that right there. All right, cool. Also, I want to put attachment points here where the sides of this stuff should go. Knowing me, the SRB attachment points are probably, yeah, they are on an absolute snap, which is good. All right, cool. That's where the point is, so we can get rid of these pieces. That is just a mock-up piece, and then we can get rid of my slide pieces. We don't need those either. We'll come up with a different separation mechanism. Tax write-off if you stream it. Yeah, but you can't write off the money that you don't have. Yeah, there's also that. I can't write off what I don't have, dudes. So, let's take a look at the shuttle. So the shuttle's bipod strut is at the back of the inner tank here. And knowing me, if that fairing that's up at the front might be centered on the shuttle stack. Let's see if we can find an ortho view of the shuttle in here. I know I have one somewhere. I think it's up at the front of the bunch of images here. Should be up here somewhere. All these sweet pictures of the freaking shuttle. There we go. All right, so the nose of the shuttle pretty much lines up with the forward attachment point on the SRBs, which we didn't get right at all, which means my boosters were too long. That's good. Hey, Flecken. Yeah. Tip of the nose. Which means my SRB forward attachment points are supposed to be there. So, you know what? What we'll do in the meantime... See, now I'm curious. So take this and put this back into position. See if we can give it an approximate where the back of the external tank should be. Right around there. Give or take, right? You're dasting. Yeah, the old external tank looks to be a little too far away. Right there. Is that the right shape? That looks right to me. Thanks, Flykin. Congratulations. Okay. Dam's okay. That's fine. Unless you're just giving Flykin crap. Alright. So the Clydesdales seem to be more or less the right scale. I think they're not exactly the right diameter, but they are close enough to get the point across. Pretty dang sure. So I'm just going to put some mock-up parts on here. See if we can make these things look cool. These aren't finalized boosters. It's just to help me kind of figure out the shape a little bit better. This does take some time to get right, but if I know what I'm doing, and sometimes I do know what I'm doing, I might be able to figure this out. Might be able to get it right. And then these things have something like, nah. Those don't need to have any liquid fuel in it. It's just a mock. It's only a model. I'm free. Totally worth it. So the nose cones, the front nose cone on the SRB only goes a little ways past the inner stage here, or inner tank, excuse me. Let me see if we can find a picture of the stack. Yep, that's about right. They go basically to the point where the tank starts curving inward, where the nose cone of the tank starts, so to speak. And that leads me to believe that that shape isn't exactly right. So we're at 47. The external tank is 47 meters. What's 47 meters to scale? To 0.6 scale. So take this 47 meters times 0.61, which is the scale that I was using before. 28.67 meters. So if we know that the back of the ET is basically right there, let me just check this picture again. So the exact back end of the external tank is pretty much halfway through the ohms pods. Are we lined up there too? We're not. So this needs to go forward just a little bit. And then these need to go backwards. Just a smidge. Like that. Okay, so it looks good. The cone bows out a bit on yours. Yeah. That's not the right shape. ARJ, I don't remember why I didn't bother to make this the right curvature. I think I may have guessed it because I kind of just was over it, but who knows? Either that or is because I was so far into uncharted territory, I was just like, we'll figure it out. You know? We'll see. We'll see, though. So, are the SRBs a tad too long, or is it just you? That looks right to me, GUI. Maybe a smidge. I don't really know, to be 100% honest with you. I don't know. The reason why I don't know is because we don't have our exact external tank length. That nose cone is probably a little bit too long, and that's what's probably throwing you off. So let me just take the SRB, and I'll just put it over there in my safe place where I keep solid rocket boosters. Not the Pepcon factory. If you get it, you get it. All right, we'll just put that over there. So we know that that's the hold down point. Now what we got to do... Actually, I do need to take these out of scene so I get the right length measurements. So... Alright, it took me 2 seconds to make that. Just get rid of it. Alright. Take this off. Attach it here so we can get the right length measurements. Move this back. Of course, it ran all those struts. We can get rid of those. I don't want those randomly attaching to the wrong thing. That's the right spot. And now this is attached to the external tank root part. We changed it, so I reattached it to this right spot. So we're looking at 2867. So we have craft file length here, and it says our length is 40 right now. But if I take this and I move it backwards a little bit, it should have gotten us what we wanted. 38. So we know that that is correct. That's the spot where you attach to the shuttle. The bipod strut is correct. This spot is correct. That center line piece needs to, I noticed that it needs to be moved up one like that, and then that means that this needs to be moved down one because the center line of this wasn't lined up. My external tank was too far away from my old shuttle design, which is fine. That's okay. So what we're looking for is 2867. Now, this is a different craft file, so let's save this, and then let's delete that fairing. Why is it still reading a length as 38? It looks like it's picking up on the truss segments. The fairings give you a weird reading because it's rendering, the truss segments aren't rendered, but they're there. So it's reading out to the end of the interstage nodes. So I'm gonna have to just get rid of it for a moment. See, now that's reading 11.5, right? 2.8. Yeah, Hypersonic, it was cool. Hey, Tech, thanks, man. Thanks for the tip, dude. I appreciate it. Hip Hop Anonymous? 154? Thanks, man. Okay, there's the length that we need. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to measure this in I-beams here. I'll show you why in a second. It's basically so I can reuse some of the old parts. So how many I-beams long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 I-beams long with just regular attachments. So get rid of this. And I didn't save, so we can just reload the backup. Perfect. So we're looking at 9 I-beams long. So here's what we need to do. Go in here like this. Attach that to the root part. So that's 2, 4, 8, 9. And then if I take this I-beam and I move it all the way back here, we set that to no mouse over, right? There's your length. I wish I didn't delete that fairing. I would have been able to see it better. It was right. Actually, it was a little short. Interesting. Interesting. Can you show the shuttle ET reference again? I think the best results would come from putting the ET's nose and fairing. The thrust segment showed on that image and then build the fairing up from there. What you think? I think I already solved the problem while you were trying to get it to... Were you trying to get me to solve it your way? You type slow? It's okay, man. I got it. I got it, my dude. This is what I'm good at. Any plans to build a new launch pad for this? I'll build it to be able to be integrated, Quark, but I want to just launch. I want to start a new mission mode, Zave, that's kind of circa 2014, where it's more launching, less engineering. Now, don't get me wrong. I could engineer all day, dude. It's my favorite thing to do in this game. But I do want to get back to doing more launching. So I kind of want the launch pads out of the equation for now. But I will build this to be integrated. Yeah, this payload fairing doesn't, it's not right. It's not in the correct spot. Yeah, I mean, I just need something that more or less gets the proportions across, but here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mont Blanc, 14-month resub, thank you. Yep. So this would be something that doesn't get recovered before relaunching then. I could make it so it can be reintegrated. I'm building it so it can be reintegrated. So it's going to use a lot of the same pickup points as NG, but NG could also be used in like recoverable mode where I just parachute the boosters down, recover them, and then when the shuttle lands, I just recover that too. Which is probably what I'm gonna do. We'll we could build more launch pads, dudes, if you want. Like, wouldn't mind doing it. You just, yeah, for right now we're gonna need, I want to get back to launching. I'd rather build cool stuff up in space for right now. I kind of want to send, like, and the reason is because I want to send off KSP 1. And I want to build up some hype for KSP 2. And I think the coolest way to do that would be to send off KSP basically where I started. This is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that made the stream really, really popular back in the day. The shuttle missions and building stations with it and putting it to use, because yeah, so I kind of want to return to my roots here, so to speak. So I'm cooking up a new external tank here, and I want this ET to be, yeah, we're gonna make it out of fairings. It will be made out of fairings, but we got to make it right. But yeah, guys, I'll build this so we could build a pad for it. Maybe we will someday. I mean, no guarantees. I want to see this launch a lot. You know? Interesting, Thomas. So what I'm doing is I'm getting the dimensions for the external tank so the stack looks right. And then, once I get it, we'll rebuild the nose cone fairings to look more like the real thing. And then, actually, I'll probably end up starting with the inner stage, but we'll see. We'll see where it takes us. So that's where the SRB hold down point is. And my ruler here, the I-beams out here measure, they're the length. That's the length that I'm looking for. That's the front. And now we gotta pick out the segments for the most part. So what we'll do, let's go here like this, and we'll make the hydrogen tank as best as we can. And then the wonton soup, and then And then we'll get it right. All right, sweet. Yeah, I mean, this ortho isn't the best. The one that we're using here, this isn't the best orthographic view, but it's close enough to get the proportions right. Okay. All right, so we know that the shuttle's bipod strut is at the bottom of the inner tank, right where the hydrogen tank connects into the inner tank, right? We know that. See your last for an official NASA one. Here, nice diagram on the full stack. We should be able to use this. Oh, look at the length of the external tank, bros. Oh, look at the length of the external tank. Oh, the numbers everywhere. It's everywhere. Awesome. All right. So the forward SRB hold down points are basically right here, and that lines up basically with the nose of the shuttle, right? So if we take a piece right here and we go here like this, right? So that docking port represents my my hold down points where they should be, right? So we know that's going right through half of that docking port, at least I think it is. Oh, yeah. I have to make a slight adjustment because these I-beams were an absolute snap together because we used them to measure. So now that's absolute. And it's almost perfect. Excellent. So, okay. That's the locator for the center of the inner tank, right? So that's the center of the inner tank. Now, if I take my inner tank locator, right? And we attach another ruler over here. And we move this ruler in here like this. I love using these KSP rulers. It's like the rulers in Photoshop. Very, very useful. So we take this thing. And we know that that's right at the front, right? And we set distance. We set our distance to the docking port, which we know is where the bipod strut is. That gets us half of the inner tank. Right? That's half of the inner tank. Because the nose is, for the most part, lined up with the SRB attachment points. So now I have that measurement from the SRB attachment point to the front of the hydrogen tank. So that's the length there, which means my interstage needs to be double this length. So what we'll do, I'll take the exact same thing, put it there, like that. And now if I move this back, actually, this part needs to be here. If we take this piece, we attach it to the root of that ruler, right? We know that that's lined up now. If I take this and move this to here, and then I take that and move that piece right there, there's your inner tank length. Right there. Done. So now we take this piece and we put it back here, and then as long as that's lined up with the docking port, that shows us exactly how long the inner tank should be. So there is your inner tank length right there. Done. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take these two other rulers that we made and I'm going to put them in the same spots. See? I'll take this ruler over here. That was basically clipped in. And now we can get rid of our length measurement ruler because now we have the spots. See? That's exact. That is exactly how long the inner tank needs to be. Done. So, we have the front of the nose. We have where the inner tank starts. We have the SRB attachment point. We have where the aft inner tank starts. And then we have the start of our hydrogen tank as well. And then we have the back of our hydrogen tank too. Done. Now just make some fairings. So, what I'm going to do, we know that we can get a datum for this by lining it up with the shuttle aft points right here. So, I'm going to take this piece off and I'll just attach it to my I-beams temporarily. Just leave it out there for now. Save this, right? And then this root piece, we don't really need, but we have one thing that we still need to measure for the ruler segments. We still need to get our width. So we know that the external tank is lined up with the shuttle. So we have our center line, right? So we don't necessarily need that. But what we do need is to take this, right? And get a diameter reading. So I'm going to use these like calipers here. And I like the length of this here. So I'm going to take this piece, right? And we're going to push that right. We're going to use regular, not absolute snap. And we're going to push that right to the edge of where we want the fairing shape to be. And then if I take this ruler, and it looks like that does bulge out, ARJ, you were right. And then there's our length indicator for when we make our segments. So I'm going to take this, put that back over there for now. There's our diameter indicator. So all of their all the pieces, all the diameters, or I should say radius because we're going off the center line. All of our radii on all the fairings are going to be exact. Okay, the next thing we do, take this and go whoop, bye-bye. Yeah, we can't use absolute on this anymore. But it's fine. And it looks like I attached everything to the docking port, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. So here's what we'll do. We need to do some trickery with the hierarchy here. I don't want a node attached to that docking port here, but we could. Give me a 5-meter fairing here. Yeah, okay. Give me a 5-meter fairing. And now we attach the forward node on that 5-meter fairing to the docking port here. Let me think. I'm placing the hierarchy in my head. How do we want to make that right? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, this will do us just fine. Forward node on that fairing is attached. Actually, it probably would... No, it has to be the forward fairing. It has to be. Alright, sorry. Just some hierarchy mumbo-jumbo in my head. I'm building the tank in my brain. I got a good brain. I'm building it in my head here. That would be the best way for Kerbal to understand what the heck we're doing. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's build the inner stage first, or the inner tank. All right, so this piece has to go backwards a little bit, and let's build out the IT now. So let's turn off snap. And then now we should just have the lines to follow here. Actually, no, don't do this just yet. I'm gonna need a spot for the nose cone tank. And now what we're going to do... Okay, so I need inner stage nodes on. We're going to attach the nose cone on an inner stage node here. Shut the inner stage nodes off. This one needs to be right around here to get our fairing shape correct. Time zoom! Time zoom? Are you going to put the orange tanks in 4x sim? No, don't need to if we're going to use solids, RJ. Not needed. Now what I need is a fairing attached to the back of this. And now this fairing needs to be attached to the back of that. Done. Okay, so there's our primary structure here. We still need a big crossbar in here for the SRB attachment points, but we should be able to mimic it by attaching to this and then strutting together there. There's a huge crossbar on the real shuttle design. The crossbar attaches the two SRBs together. It is a monster of a strut. The thing is gigantic. I might have a picture of it in here somewhere. Like this. Yeah, there it is. See, now keep in mind, SLS uses a very similar structure, and these are pictures of SLS. But see that big cross beam in there? That's it. The shuttle has this. It's freaking huge. And it holds the two SRBs together so they don't kind of bow out and move around. It's a gigantic strut that's between the oxygen and hydrogen tanks. And once again, SLS does have the same thing because SLS is shuttle derived. So there's a picture of it. See that big thing in there? Now, you want a little bit of scale reference here. Look at that, and then look at the guy standing next to it. That strut is huge. We're talking like probably 2/3 of a meter thick. It's big. It's a big strut. And it holds the SRB attachment points together so the SRBs don't bow outward or inward during ascent. It's very, very important that they don't do that. So, let's go external tank NASA. We should be able to get a good diagram right here. There's a cutaway. See? Tank has it as well. And it separates the two tanks there. Like Big Chungus big? Kind of. Maybe big Chungus, big Chungus. Yep, see, this is the LOX tank. There's the LOX tank pickup. It elbows around and then it goes out and it goes around the hydrogen tank. Anybody know why? Why would you go out and around and then up into the shuttle? Why would you want to do that? Hey, Havix. Thermal expansion. Yeah, Brian, that has something to do with it. liquid oxygen exists at minus, what is it? Minus 190 or 293F. So minus 190 C. Hydrogen is about 100 degrees cooler than that. So hydrogen is like minus, I think, what is it? Like 400 Fahrenheit. You have a 200 degree, or what is it, 100? I don't know why I always blank on this. Liquid oxygen. Let's see. It is a cryogenic with a freezing point of minus 218 C and a boiling point of minus 182 C. 193 C is where oxygen exists as a liquid. Now, so minus 250 C. So we're talking 190 to 250. So we're talking a thermal delta here of about 60 degrees. So how does that pertain to how the external tank runs? Well, if you put your liquid oxygen through your liquid hydrogen tank, you're going to heat up your hydrogen to the point where it's going to turn to gas. Also, simplicity of design here. There's no point to make an internal downcomer, especially since you're opting for an inner tank design. They use the inner tank design on the space shuttle external tank, one, because they needed that strut there to hold the SRBs together, and two, if you keep your hydrogen tank away from your oxygen tank, you don't have to worry about your liquid oxygen heating up your liquid hydrogen. So they made the oxidizer line go out and about. And since the oxidizer line is going to come out of it anyway to go into the space shuttle, it's easier to manufacture it if it's just on the outside. Make sense? So they did that to keep the tank simple. Also, notice any ullage tanks in this thing? Nope. There's no helium tanks inside of the ET. They did that to keep it simple, right? How the shuttle represses the external tank during ascent, because you can't just drain fuel out of here. You drain fuel out of here, the pressure drops. And if the pressure drops, that means your liquid fuel is your cryogenic liquid fuel is not going to do things that you think it's going to do. So they got to keep the pressure the same throughout the entirety of ascent. So there is a gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen tap off on the three main engines, and that's what these lines right here are for. They're recirculator lines for autogenous pressurization. Starship actually uses something very similar, and so does Super Heavy. That eliminates the need for an ullage tank in here. Rockets like Falcon 9 have helium COPVs inside of their main fuel tanks. The reason why they have that is because, once again, you have to keep the pressure the same throughout all of your ascent. Now, how are you going to keep the pressure the same when you're essentially draining an Olympic swimming pool worth of liquid in 8 minutes? Well, they have gaseous tanks that spew out helium as the liquid fuel drains, but you can't do that with the external tank because that's going to complicate the design. So another thing that the shuttle engines did is they tap off gases, the hot gases that are coming out of the engine, and they put those back into the tanks. It's called autogenous pressurization. It's actually a really smart invention. Shuttle engines were the first ones to do it in the 70s. SpaceX is doing that with Raptor. Raptors do that as well. Are there any baffles in the external tank? Yeah, they're very simple though. They never actually went with an ISO grid inside of this, dude. That never found its way into the external tank. The external tank had mounted stringers, actually similar to Starship, which is kind of funny. Saw this post of a potential reference for your bookshelves in case you don't have it. What's that, Jim? Acoustics technology, a survey. Ooh, neato burrito. Cool. I'll keep that up and I'll look into it later. So, yeah, external downcomer on purpose. This design found its way into Delta 4 as well, too. So, we don't necessarily have to worry about that. That's not how Kerbal cross feeds fuel. So, don't have to worry about that too much. Our daily cursed rocket. Why didn't we put the external tank's nose cone on the shuttle? I'm sure on some planet this rocket is very impressive. But your weak link is, this is Earth. What? Oh, really? Okay. Let's just kill that, get that off the screen, and never show that again. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just kill it with fire. And so I got to get the right spot for all these tanks. Or for all the fairings. So let's move this into position. That needs to be pretty much as far back as it can possibly go. And then this needs to be right here. Alright. That's the final position for that. Neato burrito. Alright, so let's get our nose cone figured out. Make the nose cone first. So we know that the external tank basically goes, it's cylindric. The LOX tank is cylindric basically until where it starts to curve. It's perfectly cylindric. And that is probably, I'd say, for about half of an inner stage length. So we already have that. We already have that width right there. So if we take this, take the ruler, put it like that, take this, set that like this, give me 2 of those, give me 6 of those. Oh, this is the worst looking head I ever saw. You buy a head like this, suppose you get a free bowl of soup, huh? Oh, it looks good on you, though. So that is where the tank should start to curve. Fair warning, do not get stranded Alien Dawn. It's 3D RimWorld. Okay? I won't. Thanks for the heads up, man. Alright, so for now I'm just going to close that. Now we got to make the tank nose. You know what? I'll just try to freehand it. Let's see what we can come up with. It's not exactly long enough. And I think that might be a little bit too pointy. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Getting there. And that's pretty much the right length. So let's just take that, and I'm just gonna make that dark so we can see some contrast here. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I can't really, there's really no way to paint the dang thing orange. Everyone's gonna say, oh, use flags. How? We're using a custom diameter. It's not really gonna work that way. You can put in custom fairing textures, I think. Use a lot of small flags. Why would you put that evil on me, Big Zig?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I hate absolute. Damn habits. That tank didn't snap right anyway. There we go. Alright, so now set this to local and move this back to here. And now what we're gonna do is this. So go down here like this, grab this, build out a fairing. We'll build it in the exact same way that we did before. And then if we take the back piece, there you go. And now what we can do is take this, set that fairing to white, and if we take the inner tank and we set the inner tank fairing to a different color, then it'll look a lot more... Zizep, he doesn't know how to read a defense. Yeah, I listened to the game, but I didn't see it. Yeah, I don't mind like the cap piece like this. Like here, we can... How about we do something like that, right? We do that for the inner tank and whatnot. Like, set that like that. There we go. It does look good. They'll use Zappy. Yeah, they'll use Zappy, dude. I don't know, man. Mac can't read a defense. I don't know why he sucks so much. It's very strange. I don't know, Brian. He was good the first season, and then he wasn't. Then he wasn't good. I don't know. I don't know what changed, dude. Like, I don't know if he had a slump or something. Last. Okay. Also, you need to be careful with verifying your game files as Steam will delete custom textures. You can use custom textures, but you need to know UV mapping with without the model as a reference. Now, since you have a background in 3D modeling, you might be able to do it well. I'll stick with this, BX. You gotta get this done. You know what I'm saying? Stick with it. You like the white tank? It gives STS1 vibes. But yeah, I don't want the tank all to be white, because then it doesn't look correct. I'm happy with this. This is fine. Now... But we're gonna have to run struts here because these fairings will just weeble wobble around all day. I missed this morning. Is there a time limit for this part as well? I want to get the stack done by the end of by Thursday, because I'm not gonna be here Friday, Saturday. I have a wedding to go to, so we have today, tomorrow, and then Thursday to get this finished. So I'm busting face, dude. We're gonna crank this stack out. Don't know if you've seen it, but they're cryo testing it. 25 right now. Yep, I know. Yep. It's cool. Alright, so now let me set the fuel tank parts to mouse over. Alright. Correct, so This leaves me space right here to be able to put a SRB attachment strut in, or multiple if I need to. We have our lock-in point for the SRBs, so I'm going to switch us over to Stack Proto 2. Just save all your work. You don't want to undo anything. That's a good shell for the tank. Now, what we need to do for this is, well, just move this down. I'm going to move that down right there. And now what we got to do is figure out fuel. That does look correct, guys. Yeah, the shuttle's basically riding on the hydrogen tank. It's hard to tell, though, when you look at the shuttle. It looks kind of strange, right? The reason why is because any orthographic or side views that you see of the shuttle have the SRB in the way. And the SRB kind of gives the optical illusion that the tank goes all the way back over here, Energia style, but it doesn't. Tank stops like right here. But the shuttle is really just hanging off the back of that tank. So, actually, let me bring these rulers back up. So we know that this is the center line here. Now, here's the trick. The shuttle, because it can store fuel at differential fuel pressures, right? Because they can store hydrogen at a lower pressure in a bigger volume and oxygen at a higher pressure in a smaller volume, makes it so that the fuel, the way the fuel drains out of the tank, the center of mass of the tank, if you were to isolate it during ascent, would never really move from this area here. Now, we can't store things at differential fuel pressures. We can't do that. We have one pressure. So, got to come up with some trickery. So what's the trickery that we're going to come up with? Well, I know from before that we have 19,040 liquid fuel. That was the amount of liquid fuel that was feeding my shuttle engines in the old design, right? That was the amount that was feeding it. So take that number and divide it by 2. 9520. Let's find a tank combination that equals 9520, right? How about, that's too much. 57. How about we do this? So we have 5760. So 9520 minus 5760 gives us what? 3760 left over, right? So we need to find a tank that's 3760. That's 32. 28. Hike. Okay, now let's take that. Oh, that's not a 5-meter part. Let's take 2880. $880. Do we have something that's carrying 880 units of fuel? $360, $1440, $720. Omaha! You approve of the white external tank. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people seem to be digging it. Yeah, I saw that. That one was 810 wheat, but... yeah. I'm thinking maybe just round up a little bit. Hang on, clear this. 9520 divided by 2880 equals 3. 330. 3.3 of a tank that carries 2880 liquid fuel. So we would need 3 of these plus a little bit more, which is basically what we're at. Okay, cool. That's 864. That's close. You guys like the light ET. I'm glad you like it. It doesn't look bad. It really looks nice. I'm okay with it. Diabetes, 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 diabetes. And preferred to be exact so we can maximize mass. So get rid of that. Once again, we're gonna need something with 800 to 1,000. 1,000 might do it. So 810. I don't want it to be more than part. That's 1125, but those parts have terrible mass fractions. Terrible. That's 14, 720. It's just too much. Okay. All right. This will do us correct. So, actually, I have an idea. That's 2880. What is this one? That holds 2880 as well. Okay, cool. Give me this, give me that, and that. Okay. All right, so here's what we do. We take this, because we can't simulate differential fuel drain, right? We're gonna have to equalize. We're gonna have to equalize it. We're gonna have to have the same amount of tanks on either side. So we take that, and take that, and put that on one side, and have the priority drain this tank up, right? And then if we line this tank, put this tank on the center line, put this tank on the center line, and then get the butt of this tank, or the end of it, lined up with the interstage marker, right? Actually, you know what? It really doesn't matter. That can stay like that. It's really not a big deal. Set that to grandparent. Set that to grandparent, right? We set that to grandparent. That should strut to the bipod strut, which should make this thing really, really strong. And then literally take the same exact thing. We might have to condense that other tank. And put the butt of this tank right at the front of my interstage marker, right there. And just as I thought, that's clipping, so we're going to need to turn that sideways. Well, it's not exactly going to work. We need both of these to drain at the same rate. As long as they're equidistant from the tank's theoretical center of mass, which is the SRB hold down point, with the forward SRB attachment point. And that imaginary point right there is lined up perfectly with the angle of the engines. We should be fine. The center of mass of the external tank should never move. It should always be the same. But we're going to have to figure out another solution up here. Either that or butt the tanks closer to each other, which is okay. We could get away with it. How about if I take the... I'm saying it wrong, S. What you said. Just talking and thinking is not making my brain do good things today. I'm just really tired with the weekend. But yeah. There it is. Yeah, this will never move. As long as I set that tank as the highest priority. So we'll set that tank to a higher number, which means it'll drain first. Let's set it to 3. And then we set this tank to 3, right? And then we have this tank, we set those to 2. And then we set these tanks to 1. Yeah, the tank COM should stay right in the center. You set the front tank to -3. Cool. But we're not out of the woods yet. This tank is still a strutty mess. We got it, it's gonna flop around. It'll flop all over the place. Neo, hey, 56 months, dude. Thank you. See you last. In real life, that's not true, though. The COM moved back slowly as fuel drained because the fuel settles at the bottom of the tank. Yep. You know more. Sure you do. You don't need priority shenanigans if wet and dry center and mass are moving in the fuel drain and can't move it. Priority is mostly there. I mean, yeah, you could set them all to the same priority, guys, if you want. I mean... It doesn't, I honestly, it does not matter. Yeah, we could set it my way, we could set it your way, it'll do the same thing. Alex, I did a lot of work over the weekend, I'm not... dude, burning the candle at both ends last week and belting the orbiter out in a week took a lot out of me, dude. I'm not 24, man. I did a lot of work, and then I didn't really sleep over the weekend, but we gotta get this done, man. We gotta get it done. We gotta go. Is it possible to make a fully reusable shuttle stack? I mean, if you're designing the external tank, then if you're designing with the ET in mind, Fancy, probably not. What I wanted to do with CTS-NG is go and fish the boosters out and reuse them because they were liquid fuel, but we can't do that. We're not going to be able to do that with this design. We'll just be able to recover them. I lost my train of thought, dudes. Sorry. Alright, let's jump back in. Yeah, I gotta strut stuff, yeah. You said it's a strutty mess. Yeah, I gotta figure out a lot of struts. Nice picture, though. Very nice, Aqualux, yeah. Yeah, All right. Okay, so we're in Stack Proto 2. Come on, brain. Come on. Come on, brain. Let's go. Come on. Bang, bang. Let's go. All right. Take this. Move this down here. All right. Yeah, we got to start strutting things. So, how did we put that together? Grandparent part is locked on that. It's still carrying the flag from the engine plate that it was attached to. That's just silly. Make sure that's grandparent strutted. Grandparent strutting that is not really going to do much. It'll strut to that docking port. And then if we grandparent strut this, that'll grandparent strut to there. I already had like big cups of coffee today, man. Do you think I'm wrong about the external tank center of mass moving aft as the fuel burns? Yes, you're incorrect. I know you're incorrect for a fact because it won't fly. I know, liquid pooling at the bottom of the tank. You gotta remember, the hydrogen pooling at the bottom of the tank has the liquid oxygen pooling at the bottom of the tank, dude. They're both pooling at the bottom of the tank. That keeps the center of mass in line. Center of mass doesn't move. It stays there. I know that because if it didn't stay there, the shuttle wouldn't fly out. It wouldn't fly right after the external tank separates. And I know what you're going to say is, oh, well, you know, if the external tank center of mass is moving down, the gimbal will compensate. The gimbal isn't there to get the thing to fly. They're not there to compensate for the external tank mass dropping down. That would be an extraordinarily bad design, right? That would be terrible. If you just need the gimbals to compensate for the external tank mass moving downwards, that would be terrible. S, you got to remember, I'm talking about the external tank center of mass isolated. If we were able to isolate it, if we just had the external tank, we're just draining hydrogen and oxygen out of it at the rate that the 3 engines consume, center of mass stays right around here. It has to. If it doesn't, then once again, you're going to be using the shuttle engine gimbal, the shuttle thrust vector control to compensate for the external tank fuel draining problems. Or not problems, or the external tank fuel draining down. That's no good. The gimbal isn't there to compensate for the external tank draining. It's there to compensate for differential payload mass in the shuttle payload bay. That's why the shuttle can launch with no payload in the payload bay, or 25 tons of payload in the payload bay, and it'll fly exactly the same. The gimbal is there to compensate for differential payload mass. That's all. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be exactly perfect. The center of mass of the tank might nominally move around a little bit, and yes, the thrust vector control is there to compensate for that, absolutely. But external tank mass doesn't drain downwards over time. It definitely doesn't, because the shuttle wouldn't fly if it did. Does that make sense, dude? Now, don't get me wrong. If we have the shuttle and the external tank together after SRB separation, then because all your dry mass is over here and all your wet mass is here, the center of mass of the shuttle with ET will go backwards like this. But if the shuttle is carrying nothing in its payload bay, I can already show you the line that it would take. Here, let me put these things together. So check this out. Look at where our center of mass is right now. See, the center of mass of the shuttle with the ET is over here somewhere. It's not in the center of the external tank, right? But if we go over here like this, and we pick out that imaginary point midway through the ET, or midway through the inner tank like this, right? And we do this. Watch, just some magic going on here. It's not magic. It was engineered this way on purpose. And this shows the genius of the damn shuttle. It's really, really freaking smart. Somebody actually thought of this, which is unbelievable to me. So, right? See that right there? See where their center of mass is? Now, take a look. Let's just move that. And let's just line that up with the engines. Let's line up that center point with the engines. Oh, look, the engines are at the exact angle. They're at the exact angle that pointing at that imaginary spot. You think that's an accident? That ain't no accident. It's done like that on purpose. See? It literally points the imaginary right in between all three of the motors. See what I'm talking about? That's on purpose. That's how I know the ETCOM doesn't drain. It does. The external tank center of mass stays roughly in this position. Roughly. Now you have liquid moving around, just sloshing around in there. It is going to move. Now, want to see the genius? It gets better. Watch this. So we have a shuttle with nothing inside of the payload bay. There's nothing in there, right? Watch. So let's go ahead and mark, give or take, let's mark where that center of mass line would be, right? So if we just put it on here, right, that's where it is when the external tank is full, right? Keep in mind, this is some place where the SRBs would be attached, right? That's more or less lined up, that checkerboard flag right there. We know it's aligned, it's close enough. Now watch, drain the fuel. Now it's starting to move, but S, I think this is where you're getting confused. Where is it moving? Now let's give it right up until Miko, right? Check that out. Still lined up. Pretty cool, huh? The center of mass, when the external tank drains with the shuttle attached to it, literally moves on the angled vector of the shuttle engines. That's why the engines are tilted, dudes. Do you know how long it took to get that right in KSP? And now I figured out a way to do it with like 6 parts. You know, that other tank that I had when we started was a bunch of it was like 40 different tanks all combined together to mimic what I could do in 6 because I understand this. I had to use the other tank to figure this out. The reason why I know, S, that thing drains and the center of mass stays in the inner tank is because literally physics. The shuttle will not fly. It will not fly. Otherwise, it won't. It absolutely won't. See what I'm talking about? Now, how does the shuttle compensate for mass? That's where the gimbal comes in on the motors. That's where the 10.5 degrees of gimbal comes in. So, let's fill up our tanks again, right? Let's just fill it all up. And here, at any time, dudes, any freaking time during the shuttle's ascent, even if I set all these tanks to half, right? Here, let's do that real quick. Set them all to half, right? Still lined up. See what I mean? It's still lined up. That's the genius of the shuttle. Now, the shuttle doesn't drain one tank forward and one tank backwards, right? It doesn't do that. The NASA and Boeing, believe it or not, Boeing engineers came up with this idea. They store hydrogen because we know from SLS that you can't overpressurize hydrogen or else it'll leak. So you have to store it at a low pressure to keep it nice and stable, right? The hydrogen tank is stored at a lower pressure with the same amount, but at a lower pressure in a bigger tank than the liquid oxygen. They use differential fuel pressure. The hydrogen, the liquid fuel, is stored at a lower pressure than the oxidizer. So the hydrogen tank is bigger. It's bigger than the LOX tank, right? But they still drain at the same rate. They're still carrying the same amount of fuel. But because hydrogen can't be stored at a high pressure, the hydrogen tank needs to be bigger and it needs to be at a lower pressure. So the hydrogen tank ends up taking up 2/3 of the external tank. And the liquid oxygen tank ends up taking basically the forward third, and the inner tank is kind of halfway in between. That's how they did it in real life. Differential fuel pressure. Pretty smart, huh? That's really, really next level engineering. And now, the craziest part of this to me is that they drew it. They drew that on they drew this with blueprints. There's no CAD. There's no CAD. There's no simulation. Somebody went and did the math for all that. Shuttle engines do gimbal to compensate for fuel burn. Yeah, that's okay. All right, look. You're... Thanks for not listening to me. It's fine. No, yep, you're right. You're right. Yeah, they do. You just... I know you're going to be like, oh, no, I'm actually asking. Yes, I know. They compensate for some fuel drain. Of course they do. It's never going to be perfect. You have a nominal COM. It's going to move around because propellant's slosh and stuff. But when I told you this 5 minutes ago, you were too busy trying to prove me wrong and trying to go find a link than actually listening to me for a change. Dude, you're killing me. Trust me, dude. It's physics. It has to work that way. And yes, of course, the engines will compensate here and there. Of course. But the engines are compensating mostly for differential payload mass. They do compensate for fuel slosh because they knew it wasn't going to be perfect. You're not going to drain. The hydrogen isn't going to drain in the exact same way every time. You can't do it. There's not enough analysis to be able to predict reasonably with a good factor of error or a good margin of error how the fuel is going to drain every time. You can get close, but you're never going to be perfect. So that's why the gimbal compensates. Now, check this out. Look. You put 18 tons of whatever inside of your payload bay. Let's say we put 18 tons of something over here. Say we put a space hab module right there, right? You put it inside of the payload bay. Ever notice that the shuttle would carry its payload down here? It carries it in the back. If it's carrying something, it usually carries it right there. Now watch. Close this up. Fuel tanks are full. Let's fill up the fuel tanks again. All right, so where's the center of mass now? It is shifted. It's slightly shifted, right? Shifted up just a little bit because we have more dry mass up here, right? Watch. If I just take this line, right? And shift it up a little bit. Just like that. Shift it up. And then align our center, our starting mass, our initial mass indicator. Right there. Put us in more or less orthographic, right? Line it up like this. Watch. See the line? The line is, now it's not perfectly lined up, but it's close. It's not perfectly lined up with the shuttle motors, but it's definitely close. It's a little bit biased towards the top. See that? That's why it has gimbal. Now watch. Let's do the same operation here. Drain the engines. Let's drain the first two engines. Look. It's just gonna follow that line. See? Just follows the line. All you're doing is shifting that line up, but it's always a straight line. It's a linear center of mass movement between the shuttle and the external tank. See? We could drain this tank here, drain that one. See? It always follows the line. Every time. Now, that's a little bit off because, I don't know, because parts in Kerbal aren't exactly right. But it more or less follows the line every time. See what I mean? And don't get me wrong. There are slight differences. It's never going to be exactly perfect, but it's going to be close. Close enough to where your 10.5 degrees of gimbal are going to compensate. Now, on top of this, you do have fuel draining. The fuel will drain. It'll slosh around. It'll move. Well, the engines don't just gimbal one way. They can gimbal this way or they can gimbal that way to compensate for either one. They can do both of those things at the same time. That's what I'm telling you. But you're discussing advanced principles of fuel drain during ascent. I'm trying to keep it simple so people can understand. This is the general operating principle. Never mind. Pick it. I'm just gonna build. This is just wasting my time. I'm wasting my time and I'm wasting my breath. Okay, so that's got to be strutted to there. The aft attachment struts, they don't... Now, actually, you know what? These pieces are superfluous. We don't need them anymore with this design. We just need that. That's fine. We might need to move these around a little bit because this tank is a slightly different shape. So we can move these out, right? And get a good attachment. Oh, yeah, that's good. Sweet. Oh, that's the root part, huh? Shit. Thanks, sweet. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, hopefully some people got something out of that, because that's how it works. Like, but it's all good, bros. No problem. Yeah, that doesn't really matter how that's tilted, huh? Yeah, JF, I wish we had orange. I don't mind the white tank, though. The white tank will work. It's okay. We could. I'm glad you guys got something out of it, dude. It's like... Yeah. Nice. You know how long that took me to figure that one out in Kerbal? Like, took a long time, dudes. And then, dude, I was trying to do that before we had the shuttle engines. I was trying to do it without gimbal, and the solution that I came up with is to come up with a flow priority to drain these tanks on the bottom first, and then drain the tank up like this. Back in the day, we were using skipper engines. When they put the skipper engine in the game, we were using skipper engines to freaking make our shuttles work. But then they added the shuttle engines with the gimbal, and it became a lot easier. You want these 5 PDFs? Aqualex, I'm done looking at PDFs from you guys for the day. I'm just gonna get this done, okay? Like, I'll just finish this, okay? But yeah, I mean, the shuttle is a masterclass in engineering. It's pretty nuts, dude. I mean, the idea to take like liquid hydrogen and store it at a low pressure, which favors liquid hydrogen, and then store LOX at a higher pressure, like, dude, this was unheard of. This was unheard of in the early 70s. Like, come on. Using that to compensate for a 60-ton orbiter on the side, these ideas are light years ahead of their time. It's such a simple solution to a complicated problem. It's like, best part is no part, SpaceX style engineering. It's unbelievable. That's so damn smart. You might want to see Graf's link. Did Jenny get some remote footage here? What do we got? Neat. That's something else, huh? What a shot. Gets a little rowdy up there by the rocket engine though, huh? Did Super Heavy launch today? No, Falcon Heavy launch today. It's pretty cool, man. Yeah, Hayes, it's pretty nuts that they actually solved it. Yeah, J-Speed, it is. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, S, you're honestly just too busy trying to be right to listen to what I have to say, and that's probably what's pissing me off the most. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I am agreeing with you, but you're too much of a d-bag to freaking figure it out, and it's really pissing me off. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Just be honest. Like I've said that basically from my initial explanation, but nope. You're not listening to me, and that's why I'm wasting my breath. So it's not even worth talking about, dude. Hopefully somebody got something out of it. Hey, Rocket, what's going on, dude? Yeah, Morrison, no, that's good. I'm glad. I'm gonna remake this part, I think. I bent this one too much. I might need we might need longer I-beams in certain areas. It's okay, Rocket. It's fine. Yeah, it is, Alex. It's all aligned. It's so, like, another good way to explain it, dudes, would be to, like, okay, so let's just attach something on the SRB point here. So, if you think about it like this, right? Take a conventional rocket engine, right? Or like, say this was SLS or something. You take a rocket engine like this, right? Now, you have your payload, right? Your payload would be up here somewhere. Your rocket engines are obviously down at the bottom. This is what they basically did. And your fuel drains down the center line, right? This is basically what they did. See what I mean? That's all they did. Just took the engines and tilted it up. And now that you've tilted it up like this, right? Now you got to use differential fuel pressure to get your center of mass to follow that line. You're changing your center of thrust. You got to make sure the center of mass follows it. Yeah, but that's good. If you were directed to head a shuttle program that took STS as the starting point, what would you look into first? Different heat protection, different engines, or body shape? It really depends, Ren. I think the biggest thing that I would do is more finite element analysis on different components of the shuttle. If the shuttle had like another 5 years of test flights, even if it's like 3 to 4 flights a year of just straight test flights to get a good data set on how the TPS works, I mean, you got to know what you need to fix, right? And now, don't get me wrong, that was the idea. That was the idea. The idea was to fly it, and then you'll figure it out from there. And then they started flying it, and the shuttle stack started telling them things like, don't launch SRBs in the cold. Don't launch into high windage, right? Like it started giving them a data set, and that data set was giving them feedback. It's, you know, the car's gonna, you know, if you're messing with a car, you're messing with an old car, you know, it's gonna tell you what it's doing. There are ways to tell. You know, it's trying to tell you something. The stack was trying to tell them something, and they ignored it. They ignored that, and they just, it's fine. Start with requirements. Always start with requirements. Yeah. Honestly, I think the shuttle program, where the shuttle was at, Dude, I will even go so far as to say that I'll go so far as to say that the 2 O-ring SRB design is not bad. It's not a bad design. It'll work. You're gonna get stress fatigues in the metal because of how the O-rings ended up being. Basically, the 2 O-ring system didn't work as well because of a flange, because of how they set up the what's called a clevis. Like, I don't think that the 2 O-ring design is necessarily a bad thing. The 2 O-ring design is here on the left. That's the double O-rings. But if you look, it's just a clevis with a pin that locks in, and the 2 O-rings work against the joint. So, like, this is the inside of the SRB where it says Tang, right? And then this is the outside of the SRB. So, this works. This would have been fine, but you wouldn't have gotten as much life out of the casings. And this is what I mean about them trying to... Like, the design is telling you something. It'll tell you what it's doing. And the only way you're going to figure that out is from testing. Honestly, for the shuttle program, there should have been an SSME on the test stands at Stennis every freaking day doing a full duration burn. That's how it should have been. You want to fly the shuttle that much, you're going to need to test that much, and you're going to need that much analysis to get it to work correctly. Okay? You need a big data set if you're going to make a vehicle this complicated. That's what SpaceX understands. That's why Falcon 9 can just land. Falcon Heavy launched today, no big deal. Just landed, no problem. So, they started using this, and this does work. It works fine. But you're not going to get as much life. Long story short, when the SRBs go to fire, they inflate like a freaking balloon. Only it does it with metal. That's how much outward force we're talking about here. Outward force from an explosion. The SRB literally inflates, right? And then all the gases get forced down towards the bottom, right? Where there's basically, there's a throat and the nozzle. In the nozzle at the bottom segment, right? So the thing is, with this attachment mechanism, right? I mean, look at it. Gas is getting forced this way. It's getting forced downward, right? So, look, it's asking to go into that O-ring right there. And what they tried to do is put this kind of curve in the segment right there. But since the SRB's basically inflated, right, and it expands, this curve basically forced gases right into the O-ring. Oops. That's probably not a good idea. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, this works. This is not a bad design, but your SRBs would eventually, that thing would eventually, like if this is like a thumb, it eventually would have opened, right? And you eventually would have had O-ring failure. I mean, if you replace the SRBs every time, it's not a big deal, right? Or if you refurbish them every time, it's not a big deal. They had tooling to bend the clevis right back into alignment, so it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So when the SRB's inflated, it was pushing right on that primary O-ring, and the O-ring was getting burnt. And this is what they knew. This is what the thiocol engineers knew. They knew that it was doing that. So they said, don't launch it in the cold, because if this O-ring is cold and it's brittle because it's cold, it's going to force the gas in, and it's going to just obliterate the O-ring, and then the gas will go down in here somewhere. It'll get into the clevis, and then it'll just leak out. Which is exactly what happened. But that's only if you launch in the cold. But on top of that, they would have need to have done this instead. This design over here with the 3 O-rings has it so the gases are going around the O-rings and they're not going into the clevis. It's very important to understand that. This works. It works just fine, but this is cheap. It's cheap. You get what you pay for every freaking time. And when this thing started to not work correctly and it started to inflate it, so the Tang basically forced gas into the O-ring no matter what, right? They should have said, nah, let's just redesign it and go with this. Iterative design. The design always tells you something. Now it's your job as the engineer to figure out what the heck it's telling you. That's the hard part. So this should have just been implemented even before Challenger happened. They would have been able, the thiocol engineers knew that this was doing this. And what they were trying to do is get them to redesign this so they could do this instead of that, because based off of the flight data, they were learning that this was not a very good way to do it. You'd have to have perfectly ideal conditions to launch. And the shuttle, they wanted to make the shuttle launch in everything all the time. So that doesn't favor this design, that favors this over here. What resources gave you such in-depth knowledge of the space shuttle? Shuttle operations manual will get you so far, Jen, but I've been just basically reading everything about it as much as I can for like 10 years. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually haven't read too much about it in the past couple of years. It's been more about Starship and stuff. What taught me about the O-rings is what's called the Rogers Commission. The Rogers Commission was the commission that the government established after the Challenger disaster to figure out what the heck just happened. Neil Armstrong and Sally Ride were on the Rogers Commission, amongst other people. Yeah, read that if you want to read about what makes the O-rings work, or what makes the O-rings tick. They talk all about it. That would be a good one on this particular subject. The problem was, why didn't they just take the left design and flip it? I'm not 100% sure, Rocky, why they didn't just say to go with this. I think the Thiokol engineers, if I'm remembering correctly, were probably moving to have them redesigned to be like this before Challenger happened, and then Challenger happened, and then they redesigned it. But the point is that the stack was telling them this. The shuttle stacks were telling them this. They were showing that this is a problem. This is not working how you want it. Your analysis is off, right? That's what the Thiokol engineers were trying to. They were trying to basically sound the alarm and wave the red flag. Like, look, this is not doing what you think it's doing. And they said that, and believe it or not, if you go read the Rogers Commission, you know what NASA said? Oh, well, even if the O-rings are failing, is this still working correctly? And the engineers are like, well, yeah, technically. Because what would happen is when they would get SRB blow-by like this, the SRB gases would go through this, they would go through the clevis, and they would go through this crack, and they would come out here. And what would happen is that because they were superheated, because they were so dang hot, it ended up just welding the segment together. It just welded the sucker together, right? And somebody in NASA management looked at that and said, oh, that's great. There's your redundancy. You don't need a third O-ring. It'll just weld itself together. And they tried to pitch that as a triple redundancy, as a last-ditch redundancy to the O-ring, which is just... Man, in hindsight, that seems like an incredibly stupid thing to do. Must have seemed like the greatest idea ever at the time. The question is, why didn't they just have the original tank face the other way? I don't know. I don't know, Aqualux. I'm sure there's a reason. Dude, my honest question is, yeah, why would you do this way? Why not have agnostic ends? Why not just have two ends that look like this and just have them click them into each other like that? Literally two clevises, just, which is what they ended up doing. Why don't you just... Well, let's not forget the design most likely would have been fine had they not violated flight protocol. Yeah, Rocket, that's what I'm trying to say. This would have been... The 2 O-ring design isn't bad. It works just fine. But these segments would not last as long as these segments. You would be able to get more flights out of these rings here, out of these segments, because of this. Because when the SRB inflates, right, I don't need to tell you, you know this, the tang forces gases into the O-ring, which was just... I mean, in hindsight, here's the thing, fellas. Here's the thing about fault tree analysis, okay? Fault tree analysis is extremely hard to predict before something goes wrong. It's extremely easy to say that that is an idiotic design, right? Especially after 7 lives. It claimed 7 lives, right? It's really easy to say that. But it's really hard to say that this was a problem, this was a bad design, before Challenger happened. But here's the thing. You want to know how good Thiokol's engineers were? They knew. They knew that it was a bad design, and they knew that if you violated launch constraint conditions, you're going to put the SRB into a failure mode that's untested. You're going to put it into a mode that could potentially increase your odds of catastrophic run. They knew that. They knew it was going to happen because they were listening to the data. NASA was not. This is why you listen to the data. That's very, 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 very important to understand. You got to listen to what the stack's telling you. It's going to tell you something. You have to make sure, just like with code. Code doesn't do what it wants. It does what you told it to do. Same idea. It's really important to understand that stuff. But guys, this is not a bad design. It's working as advertised. Turns out when you go to launch it in conditions that it wasn't tested for, it's going to do something you don't understand. And when it does something you don't understand, you should take that into account and go and redesign the part. They didn't do that. They just sent it and said it's fine. And then, oh, it seals. It's fine. And then they launched in too cold a condition. The SRBs failed. And then it was too windy, and the wind gust hit, upper level winds hit the SRB and cracked the segment completely and blew up the external tank. And that was the end of that. Like, it sucks. It's morbid to talk about. I don't like talking about it. But, yeah, it's not that this is a bad design. That's just fine. It works good. Don't launch it in the cold. But other than that, it's fine. Unless it's not JavaScript, yeah, right? All right, so let's get back into this. So I was running struts in here, and I think I wanted to redo up here. Yeah, Shutzy, it sucks, man. And it goes back to what I always say. Like, the shuttle's a good design. I will say that I will die on this hill. It's a great design. It's really smart. Like, and this is the hindsight takeaway that I guess I get from this. Like, the shuttle it's so smart. It's so well done. It just needed more testing. It really did. Like, there needed to be SRBs on the test stand every day doing SRB testing segments, getting analytical work on how long one of those segments would last. 2 O-rings, 3 O-rings, it doesn't matter. Shuttle engines, they did one green run and they called it a day for something that they want flying every week. So now, don't you think if you want to use the shuttle like an airplane, that you should be testing the engines like you'd test airplane engines? I don't know why that wasn't done. I'm not smart enough to be able to understand why that wasn't done like that. It's probably because they were still thinking about testing it in the same way that they tested Saturn V's. But even then, Saturn V's, I kind of like this Yarg, but even then, Saturn V's were static fired like Falcon is. They static fired them on the test stands at Stennis. That's what the B1 and B2 test stand were built for. They were built for full duration burns on S1Cs. Every single Saturn V would have been test fired. Every single first, second, and third stage would have been test fired multiple times at Stennis before they put the stack together. Why wouldn't you do that with the shuttle? I don't understand. I won't really get it. That's the only thing I can possibly default to, Scary, that they did it that way because they were crunched on time and schedule. I think it's clear that the design of the shuttle is good. The risk management was not. Agreed. Yeah, Ryan, that happens a lot. Of course. Yeah, the idea was that the O-ring heats up and it expands. When it expands, it seals. A lot of things work that way. A head gasket on a car works that way. All right, so where were we? I needed to redo some of these struts. I mean, yeah, to be fair, you know, we could sit here and point the finger at management, but also at the same time, like, you know, if you want to look at it from that perspective, when's a good enough time to send the shuttle? You know, when's a good enough time to do that? Like, the management style wasn't necessarily bad. The shuttle was... They were making improvements on the shuttle. They were doing all kinds of crazy improvements on the vehicle. You know, up until Challenger. Even Challenger. Challenger is like... I don't know. It's a couple 1,000 pounds lighter than Columbia is, right? They were doing all kinds of awesome changes, and they were iterating on the shuttle like they were iterating on Falcon... Like SpaceX would iterate on Falcon 9. It was getting there. It was really doing well. And then, yeah, they just missed one. That's really it. They just missed one. You know? Like, dude, that's the one thing people ask me, like, okay, if you were going to run a shuttle program, what would you do? I'd be taking the MPTA and literally testing RS-25s every day, just like they do at McGregor. I would be doing the same thing. These engines would be tested all the time. Fire them. Just fire them, get data, get flight data, get more flight data, especially with the shuttle engines. Get more flight data. Fire the thing more. Just put the test article back on the test stand and keep firing it, and then swap out engines on the MPTA, and then fire engines that are going to go into the shuttle. You want to refurb engines for the shuttle? That's fine. Take it out, send it back to Canoga Park. They'll rebuild it, put it back on the test stand, upgrade it, put it out there. Like, it needs to be iterative design. That's what SpaceX gets right. If that logic was just applied to the shuttle program, man, we'd still be flying it, dudes. Still be flying the damn thing. If I understand that correctly, they were basically doing all-up testing and iterative design. But let complacency get in the way of actually listening. I mean, I think that's... Yeah, Aqualex, I don't think that's a mark against NASA. It's just, you didn't... They were trying to... They're trying to design this thing on a shoestring. Literally a shoestring budget, you know? It's not... It doesn't work that way, right? Like... Yeah, that's right. If the shuttle has done some sort of moon mission, yes, but with an asterisk next to it, Ryan. If you're wondering, if you're asking if the shuttle can go to the moon, the answer is no. But what the shuttle is really good at is building stuff in space, like space stations. But the shuttle was designed to be able to build transfer vehicles, and that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to do that with give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, dude. Give me 1 second. Cool. Just needed to shoot out a message real quick, dudes. Here. Centaur, I'll show you. Actually, Barrel, a viewer in chat, sent me this. You guys are gonna want to see this. So, the shuttle wasn't designed to go to the moon, but what it was designed to do is build vehicles in space. Here, I'll show you. And one of the things that they ended up canceling because it was seen as too unsafe because NASA's risk aversion went bananas, went insanely high after Challenger, was shuttle with a Centaur stage inside of it. Centaur G Prime. Yeah. And yeah, what they wanted to do with Centaur, and Beryl sent me this really, really nice PDF on operating principle. It's freaking sweet, dudes. What they wanted to do is use a Centaur as a tug between the Earth and the Moon. And check it out. The shuttle would have launched Centaur, and the shuttle could have grabbed Centaur and attached it to a transfer vehicle and then sent that out to the Moon instead. The initial shuttle Centaur G mission was supposed to launch the Galileo spacecraft, which is a science mission. There it is right there. That's what these blueprints are. But look, Centaur G, inside of a shuttle's payload bay. It's basically a Centaur with the hydrogen tank kind of squished and a little bit of a wider diameter. Centaur would be up here somewhere, right? It would go up here, but they wanted the space inside of the payload bay and they had more room, so they widened the Centaur tank, right? They widened it out so they could fit payloads on it or transfer vehicles or whatever. See? They would rotate it up. You could either A, attach it to a payload, or B, right, you could have a payload already on it. And the crazy thing is that once the Centaur, you'd take the Centaur, it would move payload out to the moon, it would come back, right? And it would come back to orbit, the shuttle would retrieve it from orbit, and they would take it, the shuttle would go back to the OPF, they would take it out of the OPF, and they would take it to Complex 36 for tank testing to recertify the tank. See? They were going to use the old Atlas Centaur Complex 36A. So they could have done a manned moon landing. That was the whole idea. Ryan, the whole idea of the shuttle was that you could do what the Saturn V could do by reusing the launch vehicle and launching your reusable vehicle more. That was the whole plan. That's why the shuttle got approved in the first place, because, oh, why are we wasting money on launching a big heavy vehicle every freaking time? When we could use this reusable one, and the reusable one, because it can be launched every week, or at least that's the plan, can build gigantic transfer vehicles up in space, and it could basically do what the Saturn V can do for less if we employ it in scale. That's how they sold it. Now, the funny thing is that one could make the same argument for the Saturn V. If you just launched more Saturn Vs, you could get the price down. Sure, of course, because the rocket will tell you something. It'll basically tell you what you need to improve based off of your requirements and stakeholder expectations. But they decided to go with this instead, which I don't have a problem with. If they had followed through, it would have been great. We would have gone back to the moon by the 80s. But they never followed through because of Challenger. NASA basically got buyer's remorse. They got cold feet, which just really is annoying. Yeah. Yeah, they designed all this. Look. Yeah, see, Centaur G has the thick boy hydrogen tanks. Yep. Centaur G and its payload were ready to go. It was going to launch in 1986. Never did it. This PDF is money, by the way. Really, really good. Well, it's okay. Zeros, the shuttle payload return capacity is something we need to have again. Yeah, you'll get no argument from me. So, two things. One, if you're annoyed that this didn't happen in real life, well, one, I don't blame you. Actually, it's three things. The first one is I don't blame you. That would have been really, really nice capability. Yeah, you really would have been able to do cool stuff with the shuttle. The shuttle could launch. I mean, guys, this is basically SLS Block 1. This is SLS Block 1, like having a DCSS on your second stage. You could put an Orion capsule on this thing, and the shuttle could send that freaking thing out to the moon, and the Orion capsule could come back, which brings me to option 2. That's what we're doing in my mission mode save. So if you're annoyed that shuttle Centaur G never existed, and it didn't work with the space shuttle, well, don't worry. I got you covered. That's what I'm designing this shuttle to do. I'm going to put an upper stage in there, and it will be a reusable tug that the shuttle can bring back down or send back up or bring back down or whatever. Third part about that, you know, Digital, this kind of feeds into what you were what you were saying. I really wish we had this payload capability. Well, in real life, Starship will do what the shuttle's supposed to do. Elon knows. He knows. I guarantee you he's read this PDF. I guarantee you. I'll bet you money he's read this. He knows. Actually, what Starship is supposed to do, Starship is not going to be carried as a, stage inside of a larger vehicle. Starship is the upper stage. So, believe me, Starship will the missions that we should be able to see from Starship are going to vindicate the shuttle, and they're going to vindicate reusable spaceflight. The shuttle could have done it. It was achievable. That was doable. And we were that close to actually having it, and we didn't do it. So, Ryan, to answer your question, could the shuttle go to the moon? Yeah, absolutely. With the architecture, not the shuttle itself. But the shuttle could basically build an upper stage, a lander, and a transfer vehicle, put them together, and then send that out to the moon, and we could do Apollo missions again. It didn't happen. It's never inverted. Well, let's just put people in the upper stage. Yeah, right. It's near inverted. Let's just put people in the other stage. Let's just make the whole upper stage reusable and make it go everywhere. So, all right, guys, I'm going to redo my aft struts here. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're just going to redo them a little bit. The pickup points are in the right spot as far as I can tell. We need to go back over here. Let me go to my ortho view. Yeah, The pickup point is just behind the payload bay. That's because they needed the plumbing to go up and into the engines from the external tank, right? So this is an old design, and it looks like this hierarchically is. Oh, that's the root of that assembly. So you know what I'm just doing? We're just gonna do. So, how do we do this? How are we gonna do this? I'm gonna do this and make it right. Okay. I'm gonna start by putting my crossbar in symmetry, in mirror sim like this. And then what we're gonna do is something along the lines of that. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna do the same thing that we did before because I do want to design reusability into this thing. In case we ever want to go and make a pad for this, we can do it. So I'm going to put a guide pin here. And then we'll auto strut that. And then I will attach a physics-less part. But we're going to do some hierarchical shenanigans here. I don't want the physics part attached to there. So shut off the RCS, thrust limit that. We'll attach the physics-less part directly to the fairing. There we go. And now what this is going to do is that if we ever want to put a shuttle on a new external tank, that's going to line us up. See, that's why I left these things here, because, you know, this shuttle, we're just going to launch it. We'll just launch the dang thing. But if we ever want to make it reusable, we can do it. I'll design the capability in from the start because we can, because that's cool. So here's what we're going to do now. No, you know what? There's a better way that we can do that. So these, on the old one, they were these small half pieces. We don't want that. On this at least, there we go. That's what I want. And I want these things basically angled down to where the SRB aft attachment point is. So that actually will do not very well, actually. So this can't be in an increment of 5. We have to. Yeah, right there is okay. So that's fine. And then we'll grandparent strut that. And grandparent strutting this, because I attached this to the aft fairing segment, grandparent strutting that will strut this to my aft fairing. It'll strut it to this bulkhead right here, which is what we want. That's good. How are you able to move part? Hold left shift, City Robo. I think that's what I like about the shuttle. It's almost a short-term relaunchable space station. Bingo. Yeah, it's a great design, dude. It's very, very well made. So, once again, we're going to do a little bit more hierarchical trickery. I decided that these things are not going to be attached to the node of that piece right there. And now we're going to take another one of these, right? Much cleaner. Very nice. Very nice. Hands. So this is Mike Seeley. Oh, headphone users, this is probably gonna get loud. Holy shnikes. Well, that doesn't freaking suck. That's pretty cool. Can you believe that? You believe that this happened? This was this morning. How about this booster punching through those low cumulus clouds right there? Watch. Just punches a hole right through it. Ready? Zip! Punches a hole right through the clouds. This is the first time they allowed cameras at LZ1. Hey, Beryl, thanks for that PDF, dude. That PDF was money. I don't know if you just saw me showing it, but damn, dude. Good find. I was like, ah, crap. Now I have to read this, man. Damn. The lighthouse footage was crazy from Forger. Forger took that, yeah. Where is this? That's landing zone 1. They let photographers come in and film the landing zone. They've never done that before. Yeah, I've never seen it until now. Look at it punch the hole in the clouds. Oh, that's so cool. Look. So the rocket engine forces the air out initially, and then because the gases are being shot down so quickly, it creates a vacuum and pulls it back in. Look. See? It forces them out, and then they get sucked back in. You see that? Is that something else or what? Jeez. Yeah, the design was never really fleshed out completely, Beryl, other than what you can find, like basic pictures on the internet and stuff, man. Which is just a shame. It was a good idea. Doing architecture that way is not the worst idea. I mean, it's pretty dang smart. They did a 131 burn, Shadow Man. Oh no, Ian, we're just talking about it. Sorry, it's getting a little toasty in here, man. The heater, my heater in here is working quite well. Now, Ian, this is what we're working on right now. Yeah, Kiggy, it was something. It's fairings, Strange Love, yeah. It's fairings with tanks inside of it, because if you want to get a scaled tank to the if you want to make it scaled to the Mark III fuselage, it's not 5 meters, it's a little bit bigger. It's like 5.2 meters. So I have 5-meter tanks inside of that. And what we were talking about earlier is that because I want to use solids, I only need the liquid fuel in the tank for the shuttle motors. My old tank used to be 2.5 meter tanks in 4x symmetry, with 2 of the stacks of tanks feeding the boosters and 2 of them feeding the shuttle engines. We don't need to do that anymore. So now I can get the liquid fuel. I can put the liquid fuel in 2 tanks. You can see these guys right there. You can see the tanks. They both drain towards each other to get it to work like how the hydrogen and oxygen drain in the shuttle tank. It should work. It should be just fine. Yeah. Okay. Tank strange love. Well, this tank draining thing that we're doing there, that needs to be like that, dudes. Shuttle won't fly otherwise. Another cool thing to kind of take into account, dudes, is that the shuttle's aft attachment strut, it's not exactly following that line that I showed you guys a little bit earlier, but it almost is. It's close. You're gonna make the boosters or the ET reintegratable. I only asked because the real AT wasn't in KSP boosters, can't be refilled. The tank and the boosters are probably not going to be reintegratable, Aqualux, because if we're going to use solids, you guys want to see a solid rocket. You guys want to see the solid rockets go, and that's fine. I totally get it. I will make it restackable. Does that make sense? I'll make it so it can be stacked. You could stack the thing if you really want to. So you're gonna dock one of these ETs to the station. Maybe. Looks like the crawler's knocking on the doors. Is CT2 in position, man? Oh yeah, she's in position. It's all coming together. Any thoughts on making a reusable external tank? Shadowman, I'll do that after we get this one working. Okie dokie? We'll do that after. Smithers, release the SLS. Need to find the right picture. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Pull the lever, NASA. So these actually need to be a little bit more forward. So on the main orbiter prototype, we want to take these and we want to go one. Don't do that. 1, 2, 3. The pinpoints are actually closer. They're 3 ticks closer, guys. Remember that. So that means we got to take this. 1, 2, 3. And then we got to take the physics this part. There we go. I just need to move this forward just a little bit. So that right there is where we had it previously. Just, we got to remember that. In fact, you know what? I'll just go back to the prototype now, Proto 6, and I'll make those changes because we're still
Discovery, go at throttle up.
kind of in flux here with what's going on at the bottom of the shuttle. There we go. Upamas. Here you go. Just got to make sure that everything is working how we want it. Hey, Maggie, 70-month resub. So we did do flight tests at the beginning of the stream. This orbiter does fly pretty dang good. She's dialed in. Well, not completely dialed in. It's a good baseline. It's close. It's close to being right, which is actually pretty freaking cool. Pretty happy there. Looking good, missed the shuttle mission. So Magi, we're going back to how it used to be, dude. Yeah. I think it's time. It's high time we do that. I'm just not 100% sure on stacking. I'm not sure how exactly I want that. I don't know if we would have done a flyback ET Aqualux. I think, dude, honestly, guys, it's not a big deal to expend the ET every time, you know? If anything, that's a good thing because that keeps your super heavy launch facility, your super heavy manufacturing facility open. In fact, Aqualux, I think it would have been a good idea to have SLS and the shuttle designed from the start, but there was no money to do that. I haven't run the internal. Jeez. I haven't run the internal struts, dude. Because I'm not sure about how I attach the tanks. Are we splitting the fuel and oxidizer in different sections, or are all tanks filled with both prop and oxidizer? Both. Yeah, both of them. So now for the back here, see, that needs to go like that. This is a strutty mess, that's what I was saying. And these struts, got them. Attached to the back like this. That tank is secured. That tank is secured to the fairing. That tank secured to the inner stage fairing. That one is grandparent strutted to there. Now this is where this is going to get a little strange, because this is still attached to the root part. Yep, and that has a straight line right to the engines. Why is the ET so empty? What? What do you mean? Because this is what you guys wanted. You wanted me to use solids, right? That's what I'm doing, man. Everybody was like, use solids, use solid. All right. Okay. We're going to have to figure it out, but we can do it. It's no problem. Yeah. It's so empty, Yarg, because my mind just I just brain farted, dude. It's empty because it only has the mass or the fuel for the shuttle engines. Everybody wanted to see if we could do a solid rocket solution, so we might be overclocking some SRBs and clustering some SRBs together. Oh, yeah, Joey, be safe, man, okay? Be safe, buddy. Yeah, honestly, you forgot that half of the ET was used to feed the boosters. That's right. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's been a while, huh? I had to remind myself kind of how this stuff works, too. I was like, wait, how did we do that? Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a seam on the end there. That's okay. I think that should be more or less what we're looking for. Now I need to put the crossbar in. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to make a crossbar? Okay. All right. We need our crossbar for the SRBs. Where's our root? That's the root part right here. So give me just a single one of these. So now if we run a grandparent strut, it's going to run the crossbar to the bipod strut, which is fine. Hang on a second, dudes. I need to bring this up here. That needs to be one tick forward. I know, Joey. I've been reading about it. It's sad, man. Please just be safe. Please be safe, dude. Yeah, Jackal, what's going on down there is not... Dude, it's not good. Read about it on your own time. I don't want to talk about it. All I can say is that if you're from Zil, just be safe, please. Look out for your family, and that's it. Frick everybody else. Frick everyone else. Just look out for your family. Alright. I think that's everything with the struts. Yeah, Joey, let's... Jackal... Stop. 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 That's not... Just... You know what he's saying, dude. It's okay. Joey, just be safe, man, okay? No, not you. You're fine. White external tank. I can't make it orange, man. What do you want from me? That's the best we can do. Tiger stripes. But Novus, you'll actually appreciate this. It's set... Oh, God, no. No. Now, I'll take the white external tank. Thank you very much. No, but you'll actually appreciate it. It's built like... I tried to simulate Kerbal's hierarchy to build this thing like the real one. So, we have our truss segment here. And, Here, let's... First of all, first thing I'll do is take this, and we need... So we're not on the center line, but we're close. Here's the center line, and then we need to be forward a little bit. Perfect. Flags? We're not dealing with a 5-meter diameter here, Rocket, so it's not really going to work how we want. The 5-meter flags won't cover this, because this is like a 5.2 meter diameter, because I scaled it to 61%, which is what the scale of the Mark III cockpit is. Just like the last shuttle, I built and scaled everything based off of these parts because I can't change these parts, right? I don't mind the white external tank. That looks fine to me. You're alright. It looks fine. We'll edit it in post. So yeah, Novus, it's got the it's got the juices. It's corn. Yeah, hierarchically, this thing should be set up to structurally work like the real one. It should work exactly the same. Like how the crossbar is carrying the load of the SRBs. And that will transfer load to the inner tank here. Which will pull the tanks behind. First space shuttle tank was white. In the case of KSP, I'm thinking about design and usability is better than thinking about aesthetics. Yeah, I don't have an orange. I don't have orange. Can't make that orange. I mean, I can if we want to go editing fairing textures, but I don't. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to do that. So now we have to find a way to have the interstage move load to this. And here's how we're going to do that. I'm going to take a 4X strut off of here. Nope. Perfect. I think that's all the struts, dudes, to be honest. I think that's everything. You think this is bad? I don't worry about it, man. It's fine. I can understand what you're saying. dudes. We're almost there. Alright, save that. And then we can get rid of our diagram here. Get rid of that. And now let's have a little bit of fun. So how about we take two Clydesdales and just radially attach them temporarily to the sides like this, right? And then go over here like this. And then this is just for show, just to make it look cool. Can you overclock gimbal? No, I don't think so. What do you think, dudes? Think that looks the part? What I'm curious to see, so this is 558 parts, and I'll be honest with you, 558, it's not going to be much more than this. I need to come up with a stackable attachment mechanism for the SRBs, and then we need to put the aft attachment points on the SRBs. Like, I don't know how we'll do that. Probably some hybrid tech solution there. Yeah. It'll probably be a hybrid tech solution. And then, I don't know, probably, let's just say that this is going to be about 600 parts with the stack. I'm wondering what the part count is on my old prototype with all the moving parts. So the full stack prototype of the old shuttle, $647. Oh, that's with payload. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's gonna end up pushing. It's gonna be about the same. Yeah, I still think we're gonna clock in either the same or just a little bit under. Is that stacks from 2018, 2019, Roscoe. Oh, this thing looks gnarly, dude. Looks really cool. We're just gonna troll everybody today. I don't hate it. Connect the SRBs. Connect the SRBs? No. No. Let me see something. Actually, that isn't bad. I agree, we should strut it and test it. It's probably gonna crash. How's the TWR? Oh, I don't know. 1.49. I have not messed with the SRBs. No. All right, hold on. It might work. I don't know. It might work. Who knows? I'm gonna have to put some temporary docking ports on the bottom of the shuttle, but maybe. Maybe it'll work. That's pointed in the right direction, honestly. I actually saved the pod, mostly. Let me just look a little bit down here. Where are those? Yeah, okay. Let me just go in here and make sure that we have, we just need to give these a little pop here. They don't need to go crazy. It went great, Rogue. Yeah, everything was good. There's a couple more things that I need to implement for control systems, guys. So we need to enable same vessel collision, enable SVI, and yeah, that should be it. So that needs to be able to be held together. And then what I'll do is just, we're gonna need to come up with some other type of docking solution or whatever. But for now, you guys want to see it, I'll just run a strut. Right there. And then when this thing closes, yeah, it's going to leave a little gap right there, but that's okay. Dude, that is not bad. I'll be honest, that's not bad. That's okay. It could work. I'm not sure we have enough. Maybe. I think we don't have the TWR out of the shuttle motors that I really want, but we'll see. Came in at 572. Guys, that's not bad. That's actually, I mean, these numbers look right. Rocket Guy, what say you if you're here? 1.49 out of the pad, off the pad. Yeah. We're going to close that tank out to start, and then we're going to go up here. We're going to close out the ohms tanks. Fill those up. Check TWR with a payload. Oh. Okay. Unless these numbers are lying to me. I don't know why it's yelling at me about a 32-second burn time. That's 1.47. What is this with 18 tons? Just out of straight curiosity. $1.43. Hey, James, what's going on? I don't think we're making enough kick. I don't think we're giving this enough oomph out of the SRBs. Check all your tanks to make sure that they're filled. Yeah. I don't know, S. I think that's where we're gonna have problems. There is something that we do need to do here for the ET. I need to put a forward attachment or a forward control point on it to get the right gimbal. Because if you control from the shuttle cockpit, it's not going to vector the engines in the right way. I remember we ran into this problem. Yeah, Yargi, it will. Dude, it might do it. It might do it. I may have been wrong this entire time that SRBs aren't powerful enough. We're pulling so much less weight with or mass with the external tank. Like, it's possible, dude. Yeah. Either that or we're going to put it out and it's going to blow up. But that's the thing, man. I might be missing something. I know that this isn't going to go how we want. It's a super lightweight tank. Yeah. Yeah, huh? Dude, I have to be missing something. Like, this is... There's nothing saying this can't work, man. Maybe the gimbal on the SRBs I was using for my engines before, we were using that. That has 5 degrees. Clydesdale only has 1. The SRBs in real life have 8. Oh, the action groups carry it over. Toggle independent. Oh. Oh. Neat. I don't think I need to worry about that. Screw it. Let's try it. I mean, can you cow control extra gimbal? No. Are there any SRBs that have more gimbal vector range? That's the only one, the Thoroughbred. Okay, so here's the thing. The math says that this will work. Okay? The math says that this will work, but this could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? It could be wrong. I mean, the boosters aren't going to tail off, so it's going to be one heck of a ride when we separate. Alright, Bill and Bob get out. Just Jeb and Val. Let's go. I mean, I haven't even structurally tested this thing. I don't know. It could blow up. It's probably going to blow up right here. Did I see your last? Nope. Also, stainless ET. Oh, it's nice. Come on now. Is it good on the Delta V? I think so, yeah. The numbers should be right. I mean, it has enough Delta V where I'm worried that the boosters aren't going to propel it high enough, guys. I think we might end up, that's where I think the problem is. I think even if we get somehow to booster separation, and if we did, that would be damn impressive. If we somehow got to booster separation, I don't I do not think that my shuttle engines have the TWR to push us high enough. I think we'll re-enter with the external tank. What was your last S? If you put the SRVs on decouplers, it will show you the TWR at SRV separation. Oh. What the hell? What is going on? Dude, it took the stack. That's fine. Starship external tank, man. It's so stupid. Glasses? No, I want to watch what this thing does. Hold on. All right. Okay. This is so stupid. There's no... If this works, man, I swear. Where's the launch music? No music. Let's just let it fly. Ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're gonna explode. It broke off the launch mounts, dudes. What do? We die. Are they alive? I don't want to look. I can't look. Are they okay? Hey! All right! That's horrible. We broke off of the launch mounts, believe it or not. And Jeb is still standing. You forgot to unlock the gimbals. The gimbals? Oh. Oh, there's a couple of things that I forgot to do. Oops. Oh. I forgot to set control point as well, which is okay. Well, it definitely wasn't a power issue. Dude, it went up. It just went up in the wrong direction, Creeper. So I think we might be okay in that regard. You guys don't like the Starship external tank, so here, I'll set that back to that, and then we'll set that one to white. We'll set that one to white, and we'll set that one to white. White. My white. Alright. Yeah, gimbal locked. Yeah, they were locked on my old one, S, because I relied on the gimbal here. Who knows? Maybe we can make it work. I mean, if these are going to be unlocked on the gimbal, I do not want yaw control with these. I really only want pitch control on literally all three of them to compensate. I don't want yaw. These can be used for yaw and roll. You do not want these to go left, right during liftoff. You only want them to really go up and down. So yeah, let's unlock those and we'll see where it takes us. Yeah, but Ian, the problem is that that's not on your axial control vector. So see how the engines are not angled here? That's not rolling with this is going to yaw the vehicle. You roll with engines that are aligned to your vector here, which is why rolling with these is such an important thing. Which is why I set these to pitch. These things should be able to handle the yaw and the roll. The pitch is the most important part because we're pitching over. If these are set just for roll, I don't think yaw is going to be that big of an issue. But what do I know? What are you going to do to fix the clamps? I just won't throttle the engines as much out of the hole, J-Speed. Is the control point correct? It was not correct that time. Yeah, Rocket Guy. I'm not sure. We gotta kind of find the sweet spot. Easier on the clutch, indeed. Are you thinking of automating the launch with kRPC? We could, so down the road, maybe. I just kind of want to build the shuttle stack, Praga. I'd rather make it flyable manually and then have an automatic fitted to it after the fact. We popped the clutch too early, dudes. Popped the clutch too early. All right, let's see what happens again. Let's go again, dudes. We chirped the tires a little bit. We may have broken the drive shaft. Okay. I hope so, Wheat. That's the whole plan. Bro, that white tank, though. Bleh. The white tank, though. All right, so stand by for that. That's what we need there. We need the hybrid tech holding the shuttle in position. The GNX, Buck, yeah, that freaking master cylinder. Yeah. Other than that, you know, the GNX. You know what I'm saying? The GNX. You picking up when I'm laying down? All right. So. Yeah. All right. Controlling from the right spot. Here we go. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Here she goes. All right. All right. All right. Roll over for me. Yeah, it doesn't like it. We've got to throttle down a little bit. Yeah, it's not, we're not making enough thrust with the SRBs. However, I will say that it does look nice. That looks very good. The stack does look right. Two minute 30 seconds on this. And keeping these aligned on the pitch vector is, yeah, see, our engines are making too much thrust, dudes. That's silly. That's just silly. That's silly. The drag is actually holding us up. The drag from the shuttle is holding us up. That's really funny. The drag from the shuttle is actually holding us up. Oh, wait a minute. Pitch down is making me pitch up. Oh, I think that docking port might be backwards. Dudes, I think that the docking port in the front... Hang on, let's take a look at it. Oh, well, that's not ideal. It's upside down. We protoned it. It's upside down. All right. Does this work? Well, now we're really screwed. All right. How about we just get rid of that and hope it doesn't hit us? Yep, that's good. All right. So... okay, how about we do this? Activate our roll control surfaces over. Flip the shuttle oriented correctly. Roll. Set that for pitch. Set that for pitch. Close the aft hatches here. Control from here. Set that pitch right there. 9, lock out the engines. I saw it, dudes. I saw it. Whew. Flare it. Gear coming. Gears down. Ground altimeter on. Uh-oh. I stalled. Pitched up a little too early. Come on. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. Frick that tree. Thank you. Brakes. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Hit the brakes. This is fine. We're all fine here. How are you? This is fine. This is just a hill. It's okay. We're slowing down. Oh gosh. Oh please. Please just stop. Oh my goodness. Our brakes need some work. I actually think they're just fine, Yard. If you make the brakes go, if the brakes get too much, they'll just lock and you'll just stop, and it's really dumb. I don't know what they changed at any point, dude. It's time to stop. It's time to stop, okay? It's time to stop, shuttle. Raise the gear. No. No, fellas. I mean like instant stop. See what I mean? That's stupid. I like rolling out on the runway. Hey, we survived. How about a 5-minute break? Smoke if you got him. Did you land with a full tank of ohms? Yeah, she was fully fueled. Yep. Flew actually pretty dang well. There's not that much difference between moving between them full and empty. So, it actually flew great. Flies fine, dude. Really not too worried about it. But yeah, guys, the boosters need more oomph. They need more oomph. Or a brick. It flew pretty good. I'll turn on yaw. I mean, yaw will roll us here. Maybe we'll turn on roll. Let's try it with the control point fixed first. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, that was put on, that thing was on upside down. See the yellow arrow? Yeah, so up was down and down was up. So I tried to correct and I pitched over more. So yeah, let's flip that back. Just keep it the way it is, and then we'll send it again. The next thing that I can do is just set these to a heaviest part strut, which will basically bolt these things to the SRBs, and that should keep us more in line during the thwang maneuver. Last, tail air brake was not deployed. Yeah, I ran out of time to do that. Yeah, I ran out of time. I would have deployed the brake, Chief, but, you know, there's that ground thing that came up awfully fast. Just roll out on the hill, man. Just roll out on the hill. Did you fix the docking port? Yeah, I just did. Bind it to brakes. No. No, 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 no. It's a trimmable surface, Chief. I'm not doing that. That's like binding rudder control to the screws. That's a bad idea. We don't want to do that. On a ship. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Chutes? Nah, we don't need those. Should probably fix the booster separation too. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Bind it to a number. I'm not making myself clear. What you're asking, Chief, to do is to bind a dynamic input. My speed brake can be controlled. See what I mean? It can be controlled. I can set the deploy angle. It's a dynamic thing. It's not something that's just open and close. I can trim it. So setting it to full deploy like that is not what I want to do. I don't want to make it do that. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, see what I'm saying, dude? Like, it's because it's a dynamic input. I don't want to mess with it. All right. Let's try this again. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. .29 off the pad. That's actually a little bit on the low side. Stand by for the roll program. It really didn't like to roll, strangely enough. Probably because yaw and roll input are... Uh-oh. Oh, I did the thing. Crap. Yeah, if you're not careful with your shuttle stack, it'll do this. We can throttle back the engines here and pitch up, but the shuttle likes to fly upside down, right? And you really don't want it to do that. You want it to fly upside down into space. But aerodynamically, the thing really likes to fly right side up, so this is just compensation for me. There we go. That 1 degree gimbal vector is killing me, dudes. I'm really like to see us, at least for testing, remove the roll program and just start pointing the right way. Nah, I'm not doing that. Well, everything is going good here, except for, you know, that. The drag on the top of the vehicle, the drag that the shuttle's making is actually holding us up. It's keeping the nose of this thing up. .09. Yeah, control point is kind of fricked right now. Kind of, Ian? Kind of, yeah. no good, dudes. You don't want to go in any direction but straight. Yeah, no good. I mean, it looks the part, but it doesn't fly right. Yeah, it's possible, I mean, we have the DV. Yeah, it should be doable. But that one degree of gimbal is freaking killing me, dude. It's killing me. Read last. What? In this if this version ever hits Kerbal X, I'm going to try it with kRPC, propelled explicit guidance, and unified flight guidance algorithms. Oh, neat. Cool. You should get Kerbal sound enhancement. It'll add stuff like sonic booms that are really cool, crackle sound effect. I don't want any more mods. Thank you, though. So I think what happened there is that, once again, Kerbal doesn't like taking two inputs at once. So it really doesn't like it. It won't take two inputs at once. If you tell something to yaw and pitch, it won't approximate. It doesn't do that. It does one or the other, which is why I went to roll and then I went to yaw to correct and it just kind of stopped and then yawed over and then it went right back and then the thing flipped. How could we fix it? How could we fix it? So let's go over here and make sure that that is staged as well. We want that. The stack structurally seems great. These struts work very, very well. I don't know why I set the docking acquisition force so high there. That doesn't really matter. That's not set force, idiot. Are you going to be programming the launch or doing it manually? I kind of just want to do it manually, like what we used to do back in the day. I don't really have any interest in programming it. I'll be honest with you. Maybe down the road, dude, but that's... Look, if I sit here and guys, it's me. If I sit here and program it, I'm just going to want to sit here and do that, and then you'll see a bunch of shuttle launches, which is great, but you'll never see us go anywhere in the Kerbal solar system. I'm not going to lie to you. If that's what you want, you should probably let me know. Try full gimbal for the SSMEs. They use them for the roll program. Yeah, that's not going to do what you think it's going to do. The reason why is that these are so far off the roll vector. I input a command for these to roll. It ain't going to roll. It'll yaw. Or, no, it ain't going to yaw. It's going to roll. I mean, that... Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. But... Yeah, okay, I mean... I don't know if the control systems will work like that. Let me see. So we'll see. Give me 1 second. I'll set them to pitch and roll. Let's see what it does. It doesn't hurt to try. Yeah. Maybe if we do use these to roll, we need to find some way to like do fine control with it, like not like just hitting spacebar. But yeah, I mean the numbers are there, dude. But yeah, we really need the SRBs to push us up. Like they need to make us go up as much as possible. Sorry if you already covered this. I was on a phone call, but can you cal control overdrive the gimbal of the SRBs? No. Unrelated, but I'm working on a tau replica in KSP. Any idea how to measure 1000 AU in KSP? I have no idea. Let's see. Let's see what she does. I mean, I didn't think we'd be flight testing this stack today, but yeah, it turns out when when you're using solids, this gets a little bit easier. And guys, the thing is that we can dial in our solids. We could dial them in. We can get them to throttle down at certain points, throttle up at certain points. We could program a cal controller. I'd prefer to do that way and just fly the thing manually. Did you validate center of thrust, center of mass alignment is good? It's good enough. It's good enough. All right, let's see what she does. Ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See, roll is yaw and yaw is roll. Throttle the engines down while we still can. See if we can compensate. Nope. We're over the hill. We're screwed. Yep, that's not working. See what I mean? It's not going to do what you think it's going to do because these aren't aligned to the thrust vector, man. That's really, really important to understand. Fire the missiles! That's okay. We didn't need that external tank anymore. Anyway, undock that. Pitch. Pitch. Roll. Lock out the engines. Engines are gimbal locked. Let's turn her around here. Bring it around town. Increase roll vector control. Yaw control up. Take those. Close the gates. And bring her back around. Now I have time to open up the speed brake. But I don't think we're going to need it. We already bled off a good amount. And she definitely doesn't want to roll back. Come on, baby. Come on around. Pitch the nose up. Get the nose up with the speed brake. Oh, this is not how the shuttle flies at all. But it worked. Oh, boy. That's just silly. The shuttle should not have done that. We should have been paint on the surface back there. That's just Kerbal, man. Jeepers creepers. The air is soup. Yep. Can only make it so good, but we do have a nice vehicle here. I will say we have a pretty good little vehicle here. It ain't bad. She ain't bad. I've gotten it back to the runway after a couple of catastrophic failures. Sounds like a skill issue. You're just too good. Oh. Another question. Would adjusting the angle of the control point to match thrust vector help with confused controls? That's why I have a control point on top of the external tank, dude. But that's also the reason why using the shuttle engines for extra control is not going to work. They'll work on pitch, but they won't work for yaw and they won't work for roll. We need another system. We need more gimbal out of the SRBs. And we're not going to get it because you can't mess with a gimbal controller. So let's... And once again, even if you could use SRBs, this is one of the reasons why I never did. What we could do... I do have another idea. Hey, Wendy, tier 391 month resub. I too love the shuttle's 30 meters a second stall speed. Yeah, I know. What we could do... Disable the crossfeed, right? We don't want anything feeding over here. Go in here, check fuel delivery overlay. Yeah, it's feeding to nothing. right? And what we could do is a little bit of hobnobbery foolery here. So yeah. Yeah, that actually works. Did the real shuttle have gimbal on the SRBs? 8 degrees, dude. 8 degrees of gimbal. Yep. Yeah, 8.0 on the on those things. Yep, he really needed it, man. You got to remember, they're doing 80% of the lift. The shuttle engines don't gimbal you nowhere. And liftoff, technically, these are just compensating on the pitch vector very, very slightly. Just not any more than 5 degrees in any direction. But yeah. Let's do this. Let's give it some verniers to compensate for the crappy gimbal. It might work. It might not. Either way, we're all going to have a lot of fun, right? That should help us with our roll program. So here's what we'll do. We'll take these. Actually, you know what? Take this and put it out here. That's not where I wanted that at all. All right, so those ones can be used for yaw, and then we need these ones right here for roll. We need to be 90 degrees off the axis here. This is gonna look so stupid. These would melt in real life. The SRB would fry these things. So these ones right here, we can use the actuation toggle. Those can be used for yaw, right? These ones can be used for roll. And yeah, that's it. And then, what's the burn time on those two things there, though? Let's isolate them into their own groups here just for a second. What's the burn time? We need them to get up to about 90 seconds of burn. Well, actually, we need to go up here. 86. They need to be 86 seconds of burn time. How do you know so much about rockets? I'm self-taught, Tom. But I have people in the industry at this point that know and like the stream that help me a lot with what I do. But yeah, self-taught, dude. Yeah. Just played a lot of Kerbal and realized that I really, really like rockets, and that kind of spiraled out of control. And 10 years later, I'm here just still learning about rockets, man. I learned a new thing about rockets today. You know, actually with the Centaur G PDF that Beryl sent me. In theory, you could go into the craft file. In theory, you could go into the craft file and edit the engine part module, that specific graph, to give it 8 degrees of gimbal. We could. We could. Yeah. So those are set to 95 seconds. I can't dial them in exactly right. I wasn't watching for several hours. How did you solve the SRB's lack of thrust? Vasya, I put the whole thing together, and it turns out because my external tank is way simpler and way smaller, and it's not carrying all the liquid fuel, it works. It doesn't work very well, though. We might just need to dial in the control systems. I have yet to get it above 10 kilometers because of the balancing act, but hey, we might not need to screw with these. I think putting these on a thrust curve and then calling it at the end of the day would be plenty useful. Yeah, it seems to work really, really well. Go figure. It just works. Okay, it just works. Yeah, she seems to be okay. Believe it or not. But we're having trouble getting the thrust vector control out of these Clydesdales, so we're going to go SRB, Soyuz Rocket Booster Solid Booster Rocket, Soyuz Vernier Engine thing. Those things are going to shut off after a while. They're going to shut off before separation, but this might give us the control that we need. These things really wiggle all over the place. That actually might be too much gimbal. These things have a vector control at 22 degrees. Dude, that might keep us in line. So we set those to pitch. We set those ones to roll, and we set those ones to yaw. And between the three of them, we could get this to work with solids. It might actually do it. I'm working on a thrust profile for the Cal controller. How long do you want these to burn, SRB duration? They should be up around 90 seconds. I don't want to edit any of the parts in game, guys. I'd rather find a solution with the parts that are given to us. That's just, yeah. It might not be the most realistic, but that's still, I still want to make sure that we're playing Kerbal here at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Maybe you should decouple the small engines from the main throttle. We could do that, Rankin. Yeah. And I think if we optimize the thrust curve, we might be able to squeeze just a little bit more burn time out of the SRB. We're not going to squeeze much more delta V out of the thing, but if we squeeze the burn time, get it to go a little bit longer, you know, we might be able to get some efficiency back by throttling down. But we'll see. We'll see. We might not have to do anything. I still would prefer to do a tail off and max Q optimization just to see the differences, but yeah. Let's see if those little vernier boys do what we need them to do. Wouldn't that be something if that little piece of crap is all we need for it to work? I think this is gonna do it, dudes. Believe it or not, it's kind of crazy. All right, so take these. And I want them on an independent throttle controller at 100. Actually, put them to like 95. And we'll see if them being on 95% throttle gets the burn time to equalize with the SR. Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, yeah, put it on 95. Screw it. We're just having fun. Okay. Hit 1. Okay, SAS on. T minus 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on, baby. Come on. All right. Okay, that's good thus far. Roll program. It's actually doing it. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. All right. Okay, come on now. No, don't freak out. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. You're doing okay. Come on, shuttle. Come on. Come on, baby. There you go. Don't freak out. No, no, no. We gimbal locked. It doesn't like doing that yaw. All right, fine. Let's go this way. Control here in a second. Come on, stay stable. We're locked on the pitch input, which is not good. Yep. Come on, baby. Stay together. Come on. Keep the rates acceptable. We'll be all right. It's just a scratch, Eleanor. It can be fixed. Stand by for SRB separation. Oh, frick you. Oh, frick you. ×2. I thought I set the staging to do that. Ah! I could have sworn I set that staging right, but that's okay. She's still alive. Turn on ohms? No, no. We have the DV if we could just make it. If we could just stay ahead of the apogee. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Hey, 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 get back here. Watch that time to AP. Guys, we have the Delta V, boys. We have the Delta V. Yeah, yeah. There's a little bit of a TWR problem right at separation, but here, let's see if we can reset camera. Where's our center of mass? Yep. And look at that. See what I'm talking about, guys? People who were here when I showed the line and everything. Look at the rates. They're perfect. There's virtually no pitch control here. Actually, we have too much gimbal. Honestly, if I set this to half, it'll even it right out. Orbiter, your single engine option 3, press 109. Actually, we should throttle down. Guys, yeah, it'll make it. Oh, I have them on independent throttle control. Uh-oh. That is a little bit too high. This is fine. You're a little short there. Oh, God, I had a bad experience once. Stand by, press for Miko. We have Miko confirmed. No ohms 1 required. Welcome to space. Holy crap, it works. And dude, that was a very out of plane burn right there that I did to correct. We had our apogee up above almost 200 there for a second. Yo, this thing can haul. The verniers, dude. Yeah, verniers, man. That ascent profile sucked. We could dial that in. I think this proved that the stock SRBs are more than enough. You just need cal tuning. Yeah, I think you're right, Yarg. I think I was incorrect. Yeah, I agree. Dude, you're right. Yeah, they're enough. The mistake that I was making is that our external tank would be the same weight. It's definitely not the same weight. Now, Yarg, I'm wondering what the shuttle's payload capacity is, though. Stand by for ET separation. ET separation confirmed. I'm wondering what this will do with 18 tons in the payload bay, though, man. That's kind of where I'm like, uh-oh. Yeah, I gotta mess with the vector engines. Okay. Dude. Let's bring it home.
Discovery,
Yes.
throttle up.
I guess. Let's bring it home. Why not? Afterlife Kev. Thanks, man. Dude, she rolls, man. You seeing this? This has to be what they said after STS-1. Holy crap, it freaking worked. Oh, Crash. We're going to have to go over that when I'm back in the editor. I'm surprised you feel like KSP won't mix inputs well. I always feel like KSP did a 5 jog with its gimbal mixing. The biggest issue on the shuttles of all these lopsided moments of inertia. So you're surprised that I understand how KSP works? Thanks, I guess? I mean... Bad EJ. Space debris is bad, okay? Space debris? We ain't orbital, pal. Come on now. We in orbital, pal. Ohms 1 is required. Actually, technically, this would be Ohms 2. Sometimes the Ohms 1 burn is not required, and we can just give us a quick circularized Reno up here. I can't believe that. I can't freaking believe that it works like it does. Doing a once around? We'll circularize, yeah. It's gonna burn up, Tuna. Let me circularize. Once around, polar test, you say? Oh, dick. How do I know? How did I know you guys are gonna do that? Once again, dude, I just don't think we have the cross range with this design. Hi. Bye. Did anybody think we'd be stack testing today? Honestly? Like, how did this happen? Man, I've never been so happy to be absolutely wrong about something. Like, that's actually pretty sweet. Okay. You are go for beaver payload bay door opening. Go for beavers. Shut down the engines. Ohms shut down confirmed. Engine open. For payload bay open. You know what I'm trying to do. Oh, man, it's dark. Gotta turn them lights on. Actually got to, you know, turn the emissiveness on for them to work. There we go. Ooh, mama. That's nice. That's nice. 100 by 107. Now you guys wanted to switch over here and ride this thing down? In reality, what NASA would do is vent the external tank. Any ullage pressure that was left in here, the GOX and the hydrogen, they would vent it to get the tank to spin end over end and crash. Look, we had fuel left over. Now be a good villain and steal a satellite. Do what? Yeah, we could put a drain. Yeah, sure. Could attach a drain to one of the tanks and then in mirror sim and just gizmo it up here and just give it a command to drain. We just need to give it a probe core. Now, how does this thing fly? Let's see. Look at that. Our tank ET is right at the SRB hold down points. Isn't that interesting? Man. Oh, hello. Okay. I'm not sure if it was remote controlled, Vasia. I'm sure it was downloading telemetry. It must have had some avionics on it somewhere. But I could be wrong. I mean, this thing is gonna make it. It'll crash into the ground. Not sure where though. Is that because it knows where it is? Yes. That ain't bad, man. I want to take our external tanks and make them belly flop like Starship. Oh, boy. Or just take them into space and use them as fuel depots or space stations or whatever. Yeah, Jared, she's a freaking beast because it's made out of fairings, man. Super lightweight. Look at our ballistic coefficient. It's not very high for how big of an object this is. It's about 30 meters long in Kerbal, which is huge. Core, what's that? Oh, yeah. We could do that with this, man. Strap them onto a Duna ship as saddle tanks. You know what, Barrel? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Now, mayor. Now, there's a good idea. I could run for mayor. A streamer mayor. That'll be the day. You just wait and see, chat. I'm going to be the best mayor in all of Twitch, and I'm going to clean up this site. Good. You can start by cleaning the floor. Somebody pinch me. I think I might be dreaming. He's just playing KSP. He's actually flying something. Here, Kentap, I can pinch you. You want me to pinch you? Here, let me pinch you. Oh, you timed. Oh, that's the timeout button, not the pinch button. Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. Ah, sorry, they were right next to each other. Sorry, man. They're like right next to each other. I don't know what to tell you, bro. What a klutz. Hope it wasn't a deposit bottle. I got it. I got it. I got it. Don't got it. You klutz. Hope it wasn't a deposit bottle. So our external tank is re-entering like Starship. Oh, Motorman, you glued it on upside down. Hey, if God meant to do it that way, we'd all be pissing in our faces. Oh, God, it blew up. Looks fine to me. It actually broke. I ain't even mad. I ain't even mad. It did it. It did what it was supposed to do. Hopefully Starship doesn't do that. Hello? Any pieces left? All right. Oh, well, that looks like the inside of an external tank. Any other pieces left? The forward strut and some fuel tanks. Dude, it actually overheated. I'm actually pretty psyched about that. That's pretty cool. It was flying like Starship until it wasn't. That looks like a tank that's been cracked in half, actually. I've never been more excited to be wrong, Creeper. Jeez. No, Tuna, it just burns up. They would flip it end over end, and it would do that. It would do that. Is this thing actually, like, flying? Yeah. Now landed at KSC. Yeah, Uncle Lex, I get what you're saying, but this solution works okay. I mean, lack of control here is what's killing us, not too much. Or you could do fine adjustment with the shuttle engines. We could take the shuttle engines and put them on a we could take the shuttle engines and put them on a CAL controller that's timed to change the gimbal authority over time, right? Throughout the ascent. We could do that. And we could adjust the gimbal authority correctly. I mean, that could also work. Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. I think. This doesn't look like the Indian Ocean. There's no Indian Ocean. We're on the wrong planet. It's the Tic Tac? Oh, no. Yeah, Dukas, that was something to see. That's for sure. I'm really curious to whether this will survive. It ain't surviving now. It's gonna crash into a cliff unless it just pitches up here and gets out over the water. Get out over the water. Get out over the water. This might do it. Come on, baby. Hit the water. No! It washed up on the beach. Boy, abracadabra. Abracadabra. Task failed successfully. If it landed in the water, dude, it would have survived. Believe it or not, that's actually kind of cool. The control surfaces, Dingleberg, on the real shuttle actually pitched down a little bit to help with aero load on the wings. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how pitching down to help aero load fixes things. I'm not sure what aero load it fixes, but it definitely fixes it because it definitely does it. Oh, yeah. JDI, damn, boy. Damn, boy, those bits, boy. Some thick bits. Damn. Papa. I saw this the other day, and you thought, all right, Kenzab, what do you got? Yeah, Dink, that might have something to do with it. Thick ET, damn! I can't click on the link. It won't let me go off the screen. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Ah. Yes. Yes. That's a Morris grill. That's not the grill that came with those. Why? But that's a 32 Ford pickup. Look. No, maybe it might be a little bit later. It might be a 37. Yeah, it's a 37? 37? Yeah. But no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Give me 1948. Hold on. What the hell? Maybe a 42? That's a very weird grill, man, for that. Yeah. Ah, yes, it is a 42. Yes, there it is. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's how that came. All right, cool. I'm so used to that grill. I was going to say, that looks like a Morris grill attached to the front, but no, that's how it came. Very sharp. Very sharp. Very nice. Very nice. How much? What are those? And why are those there? Last week I was in a museum where I saw a big boy and sat in the... I saw Aaron Big Boy and sat in a Model T. It was nice. All right, all right. Official year of manufacture, 1946. Yeah. Yeah, Kentep, that's because they didn't change any of the automotive designs. You know why they didn't change any? No automotive designs in the U.S. were changed from 1941 to 1945. There's a reason for that. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah. I think everybody went on vacation or something. Yeah, they just kept making the... In fact, actually, not many cars in general were made from 1941 to 45. We used it all on tanks instead. And airplanes. So the designs, the cars that were made, they didn't change. That's why I typed in 42 and it showed the same truck. The automakers started to change stuff. Actually, they had to retool from building planes and tanks in the late 40s. And then, or in the mid 40s. And then by the late 40s, that's when they started introducing their new designs. So the designs didn't change for like a decade. I heard Normandy at that time was beautiful. Yeah, something like that. Ford made B-24s. They did make B-24s at Willow Run, baby! Willow Run, baby! Oh, we should... Okay. Yeah, baby. We should probably yeah, I get it, Aqualex. Yeah, yeah, I get it. I know, because I said I get it when you typed it before. You don't need to reiterate your point. I got you, man. I got you. Sum it down. Sum it down. Take it down a notch. Oh. Hang on. Thanks, Susie. Yeah, we fudged this stack around to work. Well, that definitely looks the part. Alright, let's see if we can bring it home.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sniff, 41-month resub. Thanks, bud. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, let's bring it in. Urban, hey man, 50-month resub. All right, let's see. That might be a little bit of an undershoot. I can't see the dang planet. I need to set like a waypoint there. It looks good, man. Yeah, no, she's working okay. The crazy part is, dudes, we can bring the ETs into space with an empty payload bay. Okay. We are Gopher, Beaver, door closing. Gopher, payload bay, door close. Gopher, Beaver. So we have a 27-second burn time, so we're going to burn at T minus 13. Split the maneuver node. We are carrying a lot of RCS here, but we should be okay. Go for op 303. Oh, didn't want to do that. .303 operation is complete. Stand by for 304 entry interface. No, Loopy, we got it. It works. I got to do some tweaks to the orbiter. We still got a hole in the fuselage, but yeah, no, it works. Bring up our speed brake control. T in the body flap control here. Okay, ohm shutdown. OMS shutdown is confirmed. Locking the gimbals out. Okay, stand by for entry interface. We are good for the EI burn here. Or not burn. We're good for entry interface. She's coming in. Speed brake control is on. Just going to check for speed brake articulation here. Speed brake articulation is good. Body flap articulation. Good. All right. Bring it on home. Flies fine, Loopy. Yeah. As long as I get my re-entry trajectory okay. Yeah, she flies great. Brought her back to the runway at the beginning of the stream. Now, I needed to change some things from the external tank. I needed to move some things around, but other than that... Get rid of that. Go in here. Need the right song. It's not a cover for the landing gear. It's where the external tank attaches, Urban. The landing gear are just kind of buried in there. They have their own doors. Was the maiden voyage of the space shuttle piloted remotely? Nope, it had John Young and Robert Crippen aboard. Yep. Thermals, the panels don't flex the heat like they should, and I'm still wondering why it does that way, but that's okay. AOA changes over time, Wheat. Watch the pitch in the top right. I just have the shuttle fixed to a point, and as we're orbiting, the angle of attack gets higher and higher and higher until we slow down to where I need to, and then I just bring the nose in. Nah, I mean, yeah, maybe 95, I don't know. But that one just might be getting hot, dude. You gotta remember, they might all be flexing the heat. That's why none of them are getting hot, because they're all absorbing it. But it looks like the fuselage is absorbing most of it, which is not really what I want. We just gotta find a way to direct it to the tiles. Do you know who this is? It's an astronaut. I know the guy's name, but I forget. You weren't kidding, this thing's super stable. Okay, Jason. I mean, they're doing what they should. That should be doing that. Alright, guys, we've reached 1900 crossing the coast. I'm gonna bring the nose down and we'll throw her into a nice S-turn here. Am I controlling from here? Hold on. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. Yeah, we are controlling from there. Cool. I just wanted to be sure. Okay. Bring her back around. Oh, dude. It's so nice to fly. Look at the rates, man. That's perfect. How do we get this so right? Manually, Bill? Yeah. I'm pretty sure the S-turns were manual, yeah. At this point, they would have taken manual control. Yeah, gee, probably has something to do with it, man. Yeah, but 95, that's not the whole... It's not the whole battle there, man. After a re-entry hellfish, it's manual all the way down. Re-entry is automatic, but they would but they did fly the They did fly the shuttle manually all the way through re-entry once on SDS-2. SDS-2 was flown stick all the way down, just to show that it could be done. Shuttle's now circling around for a heading alignment on runway 27. No, it had nothing to do with John Young saying, nah, we're gonna fly it. Should be touching down momentarily. Okay, starting to flare. Everything's looking good here. Please remain in your seats until the vehicles come to a complete stop. Yeah, that's about right. Gotta keep your speed. As long as you keep your speed, this thing will keep doing this for a good while. 154. Yeah, no, it's full dive and the thing, look it up. I mean, look at the drag, dude. That's a lot of drag. Lift to drag is terrible, but so is the real shuttle. Ground altimeter is on. Gear coming. Gear down. Oh, ho, ho, hey, come on back now. We're on the rollout. We're taking up the hangar, Joe. We're gonna dust it off first. That was the world's greatest flying regime. I'll tell you, it was super. Convoy 1, we'll stop on the orbiter. We'll stop. I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man, the American working woman too. Can't imagine the variety of people that came together to make this vehicle. From all walks of life, all capabilities and limitations. It's all due to their individual efforts. They proved that they could do the job. They proved it for the world to see. And I'm mighty proud to be associated with folks like that. Yeah, I think we got a winner here, guys. This is pretty good. The freaking stack works. The freaking stack. How does the stack work? This should have taken months. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get what. I mean, I'm not gonna ask questions. It's probably because we borrowed most of this orbiter from another mission. But damn, dude, it is Wolfie. It's one of my favorites. Sure, Miff. Pretty good. Yeah, Chief. She's okay. Kerbal is taking a dump here, though, with all these mods, though. See what I mean? Yeah, we haven't reloaded once, have we? Wasn't it a week deadline for the orbiter? I don't know why this one came together so quickly, dude. Maybe it's just the hype for getting, you know, for Kerbal and whatnot. I don't know. I don't know what that debris is for, and I don't want to know. Yeah, maybe, Elfish. I don't know. Let me know when you want the SRB scheduling. Oh, yeah. Let's go grab the stack, and then we'll know. It was the Strake Machine. It really was the Strake Machine, chillin'. After I built that thing, everything kind of fell in line, didn't it? I can't believe how well this shuttle works. This was nothing. This project didn't exist a week ago. Man, we really burned the oil, man. That's probably why I'm tired. I'm really tired right now. This week has been last week going into this week, man. I haven't stopped. Why was there a second pad? I put it there with Kerbal Konstructs. All right, Loopy, you want to see the stack, huh? Take a look. Look, what do you think? we gave it a Starship tank. That was only for the funny. There it is. Dude, I just put meme SRBs on it. We didn't even do thrust tailing, and it still made it into space, which is pretty cool. Everything is chrome in the future. I just threw together some quick separatrons to get it to kind of do what I think it's going to do. Then we strutted the boosters up. We'll engineer some KRAKEN tech for these things sooner rather than later. Yeah, I just did, X Factor. Thank you. Yeah. I just did because I didn't put them in symmetry. There's a reason for it. Yeah. You forgot to save it with verniers. The ullage thrusters are missing. Yeah, Rob, exactly. What about the verniers? Oh, those things. Yeah, that's just in the VAB, so... Yeah, we'll go over to the VAB. Hey, Snake, nice calling. Thank you. Thanks, man. I'm doing work with this thing, dude. I cranked this out. I did like 4 12-hour streams. 12 hours of straight KSP last week. It's like a 70-hour work week, man. See last when you have the time. We were promised 14-hour streams. Why docking ports instead of decouplers? Is the center supposed to be reused? Maybe sometime down the road. Hey, X Factor, that's a tier 1 sub. Thanks, buddy. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, dude. What is this, 2014? Yeah, Snake, this was nothing. This project was nothing. I started this basically after the KSP2 trailer came out. I'm like not even here right now, man. I'm checked out. Congrats on the successful test. Thanks, X. I appreciate that, man. I think we got to start from scratch, midget, from what I understand. Dude, we just brought that thing. We brought that thing down in one shot, man. Can you believe that? Yeah, I put little vernier boys on this thing. It worked. Those things did what I wanted them to do. You got 2 hours of sleep for some fog. Yeah, I saw that. The noise was worth it though. Don't lie. Don't lie to me, boy. You know that noise was worth it. One degree of gimbal would be. Yeah, it's not really gonna get us what we're looking for. Here, let me move this back over here. Those photographers really shot some good audio of the launch. Right. There she is. I can't believe that these SRBs are actually doing what we want. But yeah, we have the verniers there, and I put some liquid fuel up there, and it actually worked. Vandenberg was like, hey, don't forget about me. $86 seconds on that. $85. Cool. Sweet. That fine control was enough, dudes, which is still kind of like, all right. Can I launch it again? Let me restart KSP. I want to launch it again. No, shut up. I want to launch it again. We got a thrust curve. We got to dial the stack in, Loopy, but I can compensate enough to get this thing into space. SRB scheduling is linear interpolation between points. Time in seconds, thrust multiplier. 2, 2, 1, 5, 1, 6. Oh. You know what, Crash? Save those numbers for me, buddy. We'll, save those numbers for me, and... You know what? Screw it. I don't know. It's fine. We'll do it tomorrow. More shuttle launches on this channel, it'll never work. So, Aqualex, I think your idea might be right. Let me take the gimbal control and I'll half the gimbal to 10 degrees on this, and we'll see if that does what we're looking for. Because I think these might turn too much. Did I see from Peterbic? 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 Buggers! Buggers! The next one, catch me if you can. It's pretty pugger. This dude, look at it. Look at this thing. I mean, look at this thing. It's shuttle. It's got the liquids and the solids feeding a dead meme into the ground. So Loopy, look at the, and everybody else, look at the ET design. It's a whole lot of empty space, just like the real one. Because hydrogen. SF-44 was deployed to test the effectiveness of the new smokescreen tech to throw off missile detection. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you mean. One mass simulator? Build an N1? Nah, I don't build trash. I'm just kidding, man. N1? No. Permak. Energia. No Korlev. Glishko. No. No N1. No N1. Glishko. Glishko knew what was good, man. He knew what was... Это хорошо. Restart KSP and test it with a payload? Alright, fine. That is Chad tier engineering as well. Yes. But also, I like my American space shuttle because of course I do. Look at me. Of course I like the shuttle. Look at me. No, I mean flare the SSMEs outward like the real ones to ensure the moving center of mass never goes outside the bounds of the engines. Here, one moment. Huh? I guess. All right. You know what? We don't need to restart. Let's just giggity go. All right, dudes. 18 tons. This thing should be able to bring... Actually, no. We wouldn't want to be able to... Yeah, we should be able to bring it up. I don't know about bringing it back down. You know what? Hold up. Give me 9 tons. Because 9 tons is something we can go up and come back down with, okay? Give me 9, okay? Give me 5. Give me 9.5. Damn, boy. Fuel dump valve? On what? That's a big wheel of cheese. Indeed. On the payload. But I already did this. But I already did this, man. Alright, fine. Alright, fine. You drive a hard bargain. You drive a hard bargain. Damn Chad and your damn logic. It's 2022. I don't have to believe in logic. Logic is a singer. Or something. Okay, 18 tons, dudes. I'll catch the VOD. See you tomorrow. Alex. 5 minutes. S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Yeah, Fred, the game is really laggy bananas right now, so because we're straight up using 13 gigs of memory. That Kerbal, what do you want? 5 minutes, très bien. Okay, watch. Did I show you guys what I got at the store the other day? Brimo and I were out shopping yesterday. And there was a there was kind of a grab box of Hot Wheels cars, right? And I reached into the bowl of Hot Wheels cars, right, at the store, and this is what I pulled out on the first try. I had to buy it. It's Kazi. Gotta buy it. Yep. Yeah. I was just like, we were checking out of a store, and I just reached my hand in because it was at the cash register. I pulled it out. I'm like, yep. Now you have to get one in real life. Yep. The Kazi. Pogsworth. It's freaking sweet, dude. All right. 18 tons. I don't know where this is going to get us, man. Oh, okay. It definitely looks the part. Is this with the payload? Yeah, I have 18 tons mass simulator in there. Let's see what it does. If this one makes it, I'm gonna be a little impressed. All right, ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Uh-oh. I guess we're just gonna go that way now. I'll just let it go. Clouds. Yeah, guys, this one's not gonna work. I don't think so, man. If I can pull this one out, I'm gonna be very impressed. Well, I will say this, it does look the part. Damn, dude. Why? Just, will you go away? Oh no. Okay. Alright, fine. Put it your way, jeez. I'm doing that. I'm flipping it on purpose. Why? I am not telling it to go all the way over there. Come on back. Hey there, and accelerate. Is this roll issue fixable? Yes. That was with limited gimbal, remember. We need more gimbal on the vernier engines, no problem. Hey guys, we're staying ahead of the PE. It's just really a matter of if we have enough delta V or not. We kind of went the wrong way, but that's alright. You were too low. I appreciate the update, man. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I mean, considering this thing turned right off the pad to about 45 degrees, Eukerman, I think we're doing okay, man. You gotta cut me some slack, boy. You gotta cut me some slack, dude. And we have a full payload bay, remember? You're a little short there. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. All right, we can turn it. It's gonna be close. AP's above 70. Dude, if we pull this one out. X. Not right now, man. Right now. Okay, go for the pitch. Throttling down the engines. AP is up over 100. Hey, come on back. There's some kind of weird control lock right there that the SAS does not like. Stand by for Miko. Okay. Shut down. Flip out of the tank. There we go. Yeah, hypersonic. It didn't really do what I wanted, but that wasn't exactly the cleanest mission we've ever flown. Now, was it? See if we can bring it around. Bro, Yarg, we're gonna have enough. You're right. Good eye, man. Are you freaking kidding me? It made it. This thing just made it with 18... It's gonna make it with 18 tons of payload. I mean, we're not gonna be able to come back down. He's a beast, Irvin. This is a really good design, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe taking all that weight out of the ET made it so the SRBs were good enough to work. This is just stock Clydesdales, Irvin. Can you believe that? You believe that, man? Unbelievable. Like, dude, I didn't think it was possible. Dude, I'm wrong. I've never been happier to be wrong. I don't know, Eukerman. I don't think so. I'm not sure, dude. We'll see. Alright, Predominant. See you, buddy. I don't believe that. I don't believe this. This is bananas, man. We're in like a crazy inclined orbit. What's our inclination? 30 degrees inclined almost. I don't know, man. We might not have enough to come back down with 18 tons, but maybe if we dump the payload fuel, you know, like I think we're going to do. If we dump the payload fuel like I think we're going to do, it might give us enough. No, there was no I just attached some Clydesdales and we kind of sent it. No thrust tail off, no nothing. I haven't even optimized that. I can't believe that. I didn't think that was possible. I've always said for the longest time, I've been saying it for years, that the SRBs aren't powerful enough. Oops. It's control, guys. We have the thrust. The thrust is there. It's the control systems. Yeah, I can't tell if that's true. Not wrong. I can't believe that this thing compensated for that. What happened over here? Ooh. Ooh, it's on both sides. Maybe something bonked us during separation. I don't know, Midget. I'll just say soft because I don't feel like getting hit in the face with a hard-boiled egg. Why was the ET the way it was on the previous shuttle? Because I used liquid boosters. Now you can see why they worked to optimize the ET in real life. Dude, this is super lightweight comparatively, Novus. I can't believe that. I can't believe how... I mean, I would be curious to compare masses. Perigy's positive. Frick you, Perigy's positive. Come on. Oh no. We ran out of fuel. We ran out of fuel in the Ohms pods. We ran out of fuel at 68 by 120. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that sucks. You can't cross-feed them, Yarg. They're not designed to be cross-fed, so I just have some forward RCS fuel. We could still... There we go. Still got RCS, man. I designed it that way on purpose. Yeah, she's in orbit. It'll stay up here. Can you believe that? I hear Leo is nice this time of year. Yeah. I mean, it's there. If I didn't run out of fuel in the Ohms pods, we'd be fine, but I can't transfer fuel here. Dude, it pushed us under 70. You believe that? There we go. Yeah. We definitely do not have a lot of fuel left. All right. I'll revert this one just because that didn't go right. But can you believe that? Nah, wait, it's fine. It wouldn't have come back down, dude. We wouldn't. There's not enough fuel to deorbit. Yeah, we gotta. It's gonna take some time to dial the boosters in, dude. But dude, she works. Like that was a completely fricked up launch. And guys, I was doing that with the vernier thrusters over here. Let me set them to 100. Set them to 100. See where it takes us. Let's send it one more time. "17 days, Kuro, was the longest mission. They had an extender pallet which gave the fuel cells more time on orbit. It's called the extended duration orbiter pallet. We unfortunately lost the EDO in 2003. Try to fix that left SRB not separating. Yeah, I'll bind them to an AG Novus just to be sure. All right, let's go out again and see what she does. Why didn't they make another one? Shuttle's mission changed after that. Is it practical to recover my SRBs? I haven't even been paying attention to the SRB recovery, Reagan, but I don't think we'll be able to get them back. I'd have to look at the ascent. We might have to. We could ghost ride the shuttle into space like we do with second stages, but I'm not 100% sure that that's the wisest decision. Okay, we're controlling from the right point. Those need to be up here. And then let's just key in an action group to make sure that these work correctly. Undock. Undock. Okay. T-minus 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The clamps didn't work. Some of the clamps broke. I don't know. Yes, I don't know the implications of that. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is not really the right way to do that, but hey, whatever. Stop! For frick's sake. There's some really, really bad gimbal locking going on here. I don't know what control surfaces we're locking out, but they really... Well, that kind of did what I wanted, so that's good. Is Arrow pushing us in one direction or something? I'm not 100% sure why that's happening, but alright. We don't need 4 SRBs, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's really, really not happy. It's gimbal locking the engines. Stop! Yarg, that's not me. That's the SAS doing that. Look, it's gimbal locking the engines. The control vector is no good. What the? What? Are you drunk? What are you doing? Stop! Jesus. Is your joystick drifting? No. Yeah, alright, that was stupid. Why would it do that? No, Magi, it was fine before. It's just a combination of the actuator toggles. Okay. So here's what we'll do. I got an idea. So I'm going to put another docking node here, right? Set that to local, right? This is the vector we should be flying at, right? Because it's lined up with the engines, 15 degrees. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to put this node here, okay? Right, we're going to put it there. And then, when we go up in here, select that, undock, because staging it doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. Activate SEP. Activate Sepatron. Activate. Okay. And then that's our separator mechanism. So what we'll do is when we hit 4 like that, control from here. Control from here. There it is. This will help us. No, far away, believe it or not, thinning out the external tank and giving it only the fuel for the shuttle engines actually made the tank light enough to where the Clydesdale boosters actually work. They actually do what we wanted them to do, which is... That's pretty surprising, actually. I'm going to set that to pitch, and I'm going to set the Clydesdale boosters to roll only. We'll set those ones to pitch. So that one's set to yaw. That one's set to pitch. The Clydesdales will be set to roll. Let's see what this does. Yeah, Chappie. I was happy today with just getting into orbit. I told you, we go hard in here, man. We go hard. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. That was not a good trick for us. I think it's just the control point being the control point relative to the shuttle engines is gimbal locking the controls. We can only yaw a little bit, we can only pitch a little bit, we can only roll a little bit. I think that making a docking port that's lined up with the thrust vector, just like what we do at liftoff, should make that work correctly. Should. We'll see. Community was super helpful, though. I couldn't have done it without them. Kerbal community is the best community, dude. The best. We help each other, man, because space is complicated. I'm very interested to see what happens if the thrust curve is implemented. I don't know if it will still have 18-ton payload lift capacity. Yeah, with your thrust curve. If your thrust curve doesn't give me 18 tons to Leo, I'm not using your thrust curve. I don't mean to be mean, Crash, but yeah, we ain't doing that. All right. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. acceleration and liftoff. Oop. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. I really would appreciate it if we, didn't go that way. Yeah, we still got some control issues here. Fine, just go polar, do whatever. Do we want to follow the thrust vector for a change, or are we just going to dick around here and point everywhere that it's not? Okay, stand by for separation here. That docking port's upside down. The controls are inverted. That's why I'm having so much trouble controlling this thing. At least I think. If it's not, we got a big problem. It's not upside down. Yeah, we're way past where we should get max Q, Chappie. Yeah. this one's not gonna... I don't know, man. It's gonna be close. We shouldn't be doing that right now, that's for sure. I changed the control point just to see what if it would do anything. Yaw is still not working. All that's doing is rolling us. We're going orbital velocity, but we there's Miko. Dude, this thing is like super... All of a sudden, she's super hard to control. We flew it at 18 tons into space that one time and it worked fine. Now it just really, really doesn't like it. I'm not 100% sure why. I mean, we just brute forced our way into space there. We need to get out of the fiery stuff like fast, or else we're not gonna get up there. Yeah, this will make it, guys, but yeah, we gotta... That's not doing what I want. I can't believe that first try we made it like completely up there, and then it just... It's not set to the right configuration. There's 18 tons in the payload bay, Magi. There's been 18 tons every try since that first flight ran out of ohms fuel. Or the second flight, I should say. Yeah, it's... I don't know, man. This is a strange one. Maybe it's just because I'm tired. It's not really clicking in my head how it should work. I think we might need to take these, right? And... Oh, man. Five is toggle gimbal vector. Pitch. Yeah, it absolutely does. It'll gimbal lock you if it... Yeah, Novus, it does. Alright. Turn those back on. Let's just turn everything to control everything now. It's not... This is a really lame way of doing it, but... I don't have orange paint, Edmund. You only have white paint. More vernier engines? More of the Cubs? I don't know, man. Guys, I'm a little bit tired today because we got up for Falcon Heavy. Mind if we call it for a little while? I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll get this stack dialed in when I'm a little bit more awake. Guys, we are way ahead of schedule. I didn't schedule stack testing until like next week. The whole point of today was to get the stack built, and this is actually working really, 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 really well. Thanks, MC. Yeah. We'll dial in some like these are just dud boosters. They literally have a structural tube right in there. If I redial these in with some nose cones and some parachutes, we might be able to get these where we want. But man, this thing did some work even with 18 tons in that payload bay. That's quite good. That's quite good. We'll work on this more tomorrow. Guys, yeah. Didn't think doing the external tank this quickly would work, but it does. And then we gotta just finish the bottom of the shuttle here based off of the updated hold downs, and then we're good to go. This thing will be ready tomorrow. Pretty damn sure. No, you just gotta tune her in, Maggie, that's all. They're just getting some gimbal lock problems, and frankly my brain is paced. It's paced. I'm not just so guys, let's see if we can pay the party forward here. Let's see who's out and about streaming. Who is playing Kerbal? Oh, Taradra's playing Kerbal. I want to keep the Kerbal love going. So let's go see what Taradra's up to. He's playing some KSP. And I will see you guys all tomorrow. Let me get a good night's sleep, and then we'll get this thing. We will get this. You understand? We'll get this. And then break the chain.